everyone. So let's see, how many people are here so far? Oh wow, when I was upstairs, there was only like one person in the chat. Now there's 4. Yes, hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm just gonna jump right into it. By now, I think everybody knows the drill. I'm basically just gonna continue the Splashrails because last time I got this side done, but I still need to do this side. And also I need to add the V-shaped ones. You guys know those ones? The ones that kind of, they kind of cut in like this. So we're gonna need to add those as well. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how I should handle this, because this here looks pretty sharp, but there are seams that are quite visible. Now, I'll probably, again, you could skip this step easily, but I'll probably go along and put putty over everything in the next video, and then sand it down so that I can make this a lot smoother. But I do worry that'll make it too wide. So I'm thinking about maybe removing this top layer of masking tape instead, just so that it's primed for when I put the putty on. Because the more layers you have, the thicker the Splashrails are going to get, and you want to make sure they don't get too thick. I don't know, there's a lot of ways about this. I feel like if I put putty over this, it's not going to be too thick. I feel like that'll be okay. Yeah, I think I might do that. I think I might then do the this side exactly the same as we did this side. And take note of this if you're not using putty, or if you're not using Flex Seal, or if you're just using masking tape and cardboard. Then a finished product like this, I think is pretty great. Like I'm just kind of I'm really going the extra mile and trying to like cover up the little tiny seams, but even those are not a huge deal. Like you can I could live with these, but I'm just trying to kind of get as close to perfect as I can. But like, that's pretty nice, I think. All right, so I think I'm just going to do exactly what I did on this side, on the other side. If you're not using putty, then, this would be your finished product right here, and then you would just start painting. And it would look really good if you were to do that. So, you just paint the Splashrails white and everything in between and outside black, and you'd have something that... Another thing is that when you paint the Splashrails white and the body black, it really pops, so you don't really notice the creases as much. You just kind of notice the contrast, right? Like if everything is kind of the same, color. I mean, right now it really pops, and you notice you're not really noticing the creases as clearly. Whereas if this whole thing was, the same kind of tan color, then it would be kind of obvious where all the like creases and dents are. But right now the contrast is kind of distracting from that. So you don't really need to have it perfectly smooth, but that's just kind of what I'm going for. Okay, so I think I'm gonna keep doing what I did on this side, So Steam Engines United 345 says, I see Lemmy has a Band-Aid. What happened this time? Yeah, I basically, I was moving this board, here, it's probably a good time to angle this down to the model. Then again, I wonder if I should... I think that might do the trick. Yeah, so this board right here, I was moving this into place, and it was very cumbersome, and I was kind of, it's hard to get it in place. And I scratched my finger on something. It's really not that bad. It's just a little scrape, but I thought, you're supposed to put a Band-Aid on when you get injured. You're not supposed to just leave it, out. So that's what I did. But yeah, nothing serious, just a little scrape. Wooden Railway Edward asks, watching Lemmy's stream has given me some new slang. Now I say I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot fire barge. All right. That's some solid slang. Alright, so just a recap of last time. Oh, so I've left this out for a while, and these two pieces have just kind of separated on their own. That's what happens if you don't really properly fix them to the model. I mean, this is still kind of, it's not meant to stay in this form indefinitely. But basically what we did last time is, firstly, you overlap like 10 layers of masking tape. I've already lost track. I'm guessing that's 7. All right, that'll do the trick. So you overlap 10 layers to create this kind of thick, this thick material. And then, and I'm just cutting off kind of the weird areas where it doesn't fully overlap. Like this right there on the edge, you kind of want to cut that off. All right, and then you just want to cut out a little piece like that, and you want to take it and bend it. Usually you don't have to bend masking tape, but we've made it really thick. So you turn it into kind of this curved shell, and then you fit it over the straws. Now it's pretty loose, so we're going to have to trim some off. So maybe something more like that. Still a little bit loose. It's just trial and error. That's pretty good. Yeah, so you fit that over the straw, because the straw is basically just functioning as like a skeleton of sorts. And let's cut this whole strip so it's kind of the thickness, kind of the width of the piece we just cut. And let's cut out another little sliver and curve it. And make that a little bit thinner. Fit that as well. Just trim a little bit more off of that. So you can see that makes the splash rail a lot thicker, but it also allows us to kind of, it kind of curves inward and then goes flat up against the hole, which is really what we want. We don't want it to be kind of a tube. We want it to be a half cylinder that kind of is flat against the hole. So that's why I do it that way, rather than just sticking a straw on there. I just use the straw as kind of a foundation. And we'll just keep curving these to fit around the straw. I'd say that structurally my models are all, like I'd say they're made out of cardboard. But I think aesthetically, masking tape is a much bigger kind of part of it. Like that's kind of what makes everything look smooth. That's what allows me to make the more, complicated shapes. And look at that. You see how we're just kind of slowly plating the side of this? And then of course, once we get enough of these on here, we can start kind of fixing them permanently onto here. So you just take that and you really just dig in there with your thumb and then wrap it around and then dig underneath as well. And that kind of permanently fixes it to the model. And you just keep doing that. You really want to be rough with it too. You don't want to be too careful with your model because you're the one making it, right? If you break it, there's no problem because it used to be nothing. You're making it from scratch. So if you break it, you can fix it quite easily. And sometimes you have to break it in order to make any progress on it. So, if you bend something too far, or if you're pushing too hard on this and then it rips, it's no problem. You can just put more masking tape on top. Look at that. That's pretty clean. You want to make sure it still maintains a little bit of that curve, though, because, it does have a tendency to kind of go flat. I want to make sure it doesn't go totally flat at the front. I think that's okay, though. And I would make sure that you tape down every single place where it meets the body. So you see how right here and right here there's little gaps where we don't have tape. So we really don't want any of those gaps because those are chances for it to kind of buckle outward because nothing's holding it in place. And you can see that on the other side as we did that a few times, with right here. You see how that kind of bulges out? I'm guessing that's because we didn't really fix it properly. And we can do that later. We can go back and really secure stuff. Yeah, this is one of those parts of the tutorial where I'm kind of just doing the same thing the whole time. It might be of interest once I get to the the V-shaped kind of. I like to call it a wave breaker. I don't know if that's what it's called or not, but the V-shaped splash rails at the front. Those are a little bit different, so you might find those. You might find my analysis of those useful. However, I don't think. I don't think that it's, most of what you're going to see today is going to be too crucial. It's mostly just what we did last time. So, after you see me do it a few times, I don't think, it'll become pretty repetitive at that point. But I'm still just doing it all on camera because my philosophy is that if I do literally everything on camera, then even if I don't describe it very well, it's all visible. So if you studied it enough, you could figure out what I was doing. So that's kind of the whole philosophy for this live stream series. Floating Vessels says, Lemmy, hello friend, late again. Remember me? Yes, I do remember you, of course, Floating Vessels. Boomer is looking amazing. He's really cool. Yeah, it's so cool to see, people actually using my my tutorials. Because, I wanted to just put the information out there, but I wasn't sure anyone would actually actively follow along or use it. And, it seems like people actually are. I've seen at least 4 people who have gone and made holes in my style, so that's really awesome. Annie's here, and she says, "Yo, that looks like a cool project." Thank you, Annie. Yeah, and I'm very pleased with how this is coming along. I mean, I'll never get tired of this scale of model. Like, it's just when I first found out how big the TUGS models are, I went crazy. I was just like, whoa. Because I've known ever since maybe 2007 that like, I read an interview on Big City Port, and it was with Chris Tullich, or Tulloch, or however you say that. I'm gonna say Chris Tullich, and he said that 10 cents was 20 inches long, Hercules was like 36 inches long, which he's not. He's like 39, but you know, pretty good memory for something that happened 20 years ago. You know, and he also said that Izzy was 4 feet long, which is also dubious, but he was right about 10 cents. You know, I mean, he should be right. He built him, but you know, 10 cents was 20 inches long. And when I first read that, I was like, whoa, I thought he was like the size of I don't know what I thought. I thought he was a lot smaller. But it turned out that he was like really long, right? But even then, I didn't have a full concept for how big that really was, because there's a difference between. Do I have my tape measure down here? I don't. I probably don't need it today, but still, like, there's a difference between holding out a tape measure and looking at a length versus this. You know, actually being able to kind of hold something and get a concept for how big and hefty it is. You know, so when the Star Tugs Trust rescued the models back in, what was it, 2012? That was really crazy, because I started seeing all these pictures that actually indicated how big the models were compared to like pictures of people holding the models. I was like, whoa, these things are enormous. You know, so I never get tired of making stuff like this. And I find that the bigger models definitely wow people more than the smaller ones. Annie says, "I have no idea how you work your whole magic. It looks simply magnificent. It's so good to see you again. Also been a while." Yeah, no, it has been a while. Yeah, we should definitely talk sooner or later. There's a lot of people I have to catch up with, but I am not. I try my best to make the rounds. Will Thomas 199 says, "I think once lockdown is over, I'm going to the Midland Railway to get measurements of the tugs." It would be really great to have measurements. There's a part of me deep down in my soul that feels as if I kind of like not having measurements, because it feels like more of an achievement to get it right. But at the same time, that's kind of just a stubborn, prideful element of my personality. Like, it's good to have measurements, right? I couldn't do this without knowing that the hardware tugs are 28 inches long. Like, if I didn't know that, it'd be a shot in the dark, right? You could look at the show really intently and try to figure it out, but it can be so misleading. Like, you know, if you only know that 10 cents is 20 inches long, you could probably guess that the other tugs are bigger, but how much bigger? It's very hard to tell without measurements. So it would be amazing if we had proper, you know, ruler photos of all the tugs. That would be really cool. Part of me would be sad because, you know, kind of the detective work involved in making, you know, these models would kind of disappear. But maybe we want it to disappear, you know, maybe we want it to be a little bit easier on ourselves. And it would be quite validating to know for certain how long the river tugs are. You know, Sea Rogue, Blue Nose, Boomer, Sea Rogue's uncle, Burke and Blair. Like, because I think they're 23.5 inches long, but that's literally just an estimate. I have no idea. Like, I just did that based on like some rough kind of conspiracy theorist calculations based on side photos of the models, which I cross-referenced with the pegs on the storage boxes. So, like, I don't know for sure if that's right or not. It would be really nice to see it reaffirmed. But yeah. Every now and then I just see someone in the chat say he's making Zebedee. Like, people are answering that question for me more than I actually answer the question. But yeah, that's the plan, is to make Zebedee. But it's interesting. I think my plan. So there's models that I probably should make, and then there's models that I want to make. Like Top Hat's probably, if I was going to make a Harbor Tug right now, and I wanted to make people happy, I would make Top Hat because everyone wants to see Top Hat, and it would also partly fill the gaping wound in all of our hearts where Top Hat used to be. You know, so that would probably be nice, but you know. I'm also a little nervous about that though. If I went and tried to make Top Hat, I feel like this is really arrogant what I'm about to say, but I feel like it would be close enough to the show model that people would see it at first and be like, "Oh my God, Top Hat's been found," only to then be very disappointed when they find out it's just a replica. So there is that. But I suppose I could just not give him the surprised face, but even that wouldn't really do the trick. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that would be cool though to have a functioning Top Hat with the head going up and down and stuff. But right now, I think what I want to do is I've got this model and I've also got another one that's identical that I've been working on in the off time when I'm not on stream, and I think one of them is going to become Zebedee, which is probably this one, and one of them is going to become Big Mac, which is the other one. And I know that I already made a Big Mac, but I'm not happy with the proportions. I love the proportions of this. It really it captures the shape of the TUGS holes really well, in my opinion. So I really like Big Mac, but the other one has some flaws I'm not really happy with. I mean, that's me personally. If I saw someone else make that model, I'd be applauding them till the cows come home. But it's the fact that I made it, and so I'm critical of it. And it would be cool to make a Big Mac that's closer to my vision. But yeah. Will says, I prefer Zebedee to Top Hat anyway, not by much though. I, of course, still love Top Hat. Yeah, naturally. Floating Vessels asks, Lemmy, how big do you think is Coast Guard? I don't know. I was actually thinking about this a few weeks ago. Is Coast Guard would be a fun model to make. Like, I didn't think about it for years. I tend to ignore characters like him and the Coast Guard Messenger and all the cranes and because they're kind of boring to me, or at least they used to be. But the more I think about it, it would be really cool to make the Coast Guard. Like, that would be a neat model. Because he'd be small, but he wouldn't be super small. He'd be maybe this big. If I had to guess, I'd say Coast Guard is 12 inches long. If I had to just give a guess right now, but I have no clue. Yeah, it's hard to say. He's remarkably smaller than 10 cents, but not by as much as you might expect. You know what really gets me is how small Grampus is. That's nutty. He's really tiny. I can't believe that. I mean, they call him a midget submarine, so I guess that's the whole idea, is that he's small. But that's just that small, really? He's dramatically smaller even than 10 cents, I think. I mean, that's what it looks like in photographs of him anyway, which is crazy. It feels like he should be a lot bigger. He should be longer than 10 cents by some margin. Let's see. Thanks. I need to do a video of all my TUGS impressions, says Will Thomas. I imagine that's in response to something else. But don't you just love doing TUGS impressions? It's the voices are so distinct. You wouldn't think they are. At first, you'd think they're just kind of random British people. But then if you do the voices, I can actually do them all make them all pretty different from each other. Surprisingly different. I wouldn't, let me go down the road. It's 10 Cent sounds something like this. He's got kind of he's always, got, he sounds almost like he's whispering a lot of the time. Oh Jay, they're gonna blow Krampus. It's that sort of kind of hushy, whispery yell is kind of his voice. And then Big Mac saying something like this. He's got a much lower voice, but surprisingly, he's actually, I don't know if his voice is low so much as it is like, you notice how my voice is kind of going higher right now, where it's on the vowels, it goes a little bit higher. So he sounds gruff, but I don't know if he necessarily has a low voice. Like, if he had a low voice, it'd be like this. But no, it's like this. It's up here. You'll survive it, Coast Guard. Come on, we'll tell OJ. He'll know what to do. You know, like, he's all the way up there, you know. And then OJ sounds something like this. He's got this much. It's kind of every sentence he says is uplifted he's constantly ascending with the way that he speaks. And then Top Hat is something like this. He's got a lot more of a drawl to his voice. He always sounds a bit tired, probably because he is, of everybody else around him. And the warrior sounds something like this. Hello, Governor. What's up? What do you need me to do, Captain? And then Hercules is hard to pin down. Hercules sounds like this, but he doesn't really drawl as much as Top Hat. He's kind of he's got a very deep voice. He might have the deepest voice of anyone there. He sounds like he really just doesn't give a shit about anyone around him. And perhaps that's how he's gotten so far in life. Sunshine is the one that I have most trouble with. Like, I'm doing this very high voice, which I know he doesn't have, but I don't know how to do the voice that Sean Pendergast gives him. It's like, I can do the whistle. Like, I can do that because I'm very good at the whistle. But the voice itself, I know his voice is this high. But this is, whenever I think of Sunshine, this is the most that I can do. But I can do the whistle when I'm doing Sunshine's voice. So I've got that down. You know, and as for Zoro, he's everything he says, it's like he has no voice control whatsoever. He yells everything, kinda, but not really. It's more like a really grouchy, loud voice. Son, you fool, you idiot. and then Zebedee. You can tell that Zebedee's voiced by the same guy as Big Mac, but he does have a deeper voice, and you know, he's a little bit more whispery. He doesn't have Big Mac's kind of candor. He doesn't have Big Mac's kind of excited, kind of jovial voice. He doesn't have that. Whereas Zebedee, he seems a little bit shadier, but it almost seems like he's trying to sound shady. Like he doesn't want to sound like a good guy. And that Zach sounds something like this. He's just got a very deep, gravelly voice. He kind of laughs in a weird way. You don't want him coming up behind you in an alleyway. That's what I got to say about it. Strange how ordinary people suddenly become criminals. Yeah, it's the evil inside them suddenly comes outside. I know that he's not going by XL5 fan anymore. It's Blue Tender Engine is a good friend of mine. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he does a really good Zach. And Zach is a lot of fun. I think a lot of people can do Zag quite effectively because he speaks so choppily and quickly, and he's whispering all the time. And I feel like even though Zag isn't particularly old, I feel like he's a 35-year-old man who's lost all of his hair because he's just constantly stressing and he has so much anxiety. And he does, but at the same time he's a very angry person, and so Zip has to keep him in line because otherwise he'll just have a panic attack, and also he'll have a migraine at the same time. And then Zip is interesting. Zip's not really Zip is the most normal out of everyone. Like, I don't really know how to do Zip. He's just kind of a normal British voice. He doesn't have as much kind of character in it, but I think that's kind of the point. And that's the main 12. As opposed to Thomas, which has the main 11. But I love all of their voices. They're all so great. Scottish Twins says, hello, Lemmy. How are you today? I'm good today. Thank you. Let's see. I can do an all right Hercules voice, especially when I'm recreating the opening scene from Munitions with Blue Nose and Hercules, says Will. Yeah, that's a good scene. I love how, Hercules just doesn't give a damn, right? He just says no to Blue Nose, and it works. No one can push him around. It's great. It's crazy how well developed the characters in TUGS are. It's really shocking because they just came up with all of them at once. like it took them a year to do, but they came up with all of them like at the same time. It's not like it was this long brand that was built up over years and years and years. It's like it's just they just created all these characters at the same time, and that's really impressive to me because they're such good characters. They feel like they have years of history behind them, and they don't. They literally just came up with them in the late 80s. That's it. That was, you know, they were 12 characters all at once. They all have unique personalities, and it's a very impressive feat. So, you know, I do adore them for that. Let's see. Who is your fave tug on each fleet and why? You seem to love them all, says Dopey Duck 123. Yes, I do love them all. But I would say that my favorites are Zoran and Hercules. And I'll tell you why. So Hercules, partly for the reasons I already said, but also just I tend to love the really big, just badass character that can just do anything, that has immense physical strength. They're not necessarily, like, Hercules is not an underdog by any stretch, which is why he wouldn't make sense as like a main character of the show. Like, he wouldn't make sense as the protagonist. But he is really cool. I would liken him to Gordon. They don't act the same, but they have the same status. They're the biggest, the best, the most powerful. And, you know, I think it's just so cool. Like, I just, like, the idea that Hercules is just this kingpin in the fleet, that they just all totally rely on him, but he doesn't really rely on them. I feel like Hercules could quit tomorrow and go and, you know, set up a contract with another fleet for twice what he's paid at the Starfleet. Like, I think that he's doing them a favor by being there. But I love the fact that, this is really what I love about Hercules, is the fact that he's so unafraid to be himself. He goes around and calls everyone sweetheart and darling in the middle of the 20s, probably the early 20s. Like, that kind of takes some guts, you know? I mean, you'd get some really awful, you know, you'd be called some really awful names if you acted that way outwardly as a man in the 20s. But Hercules can get away with it because, like, who's going to stand up to him? He's awesome. Like, is anyone really going to say, like, oh, look at that guy, you know, what a wimp. It's like, he's not, though. Like, he really defies convention, you know? It's interesting how one of the most effeminate characters in the whole show is at the same time one of the manliest. It's, like, really cool. I just love that defiance of convention with Hercules. You know, no one is going to judge him for acting like himself because everyone looks up to him at the same time. And I love that. That's so cool. You know, so that's what I like Hercules for, is he has such strength of character. He doesn't let anyone push him around. He doesn't change who he is, you know, because other people might criticize him. He knows exactly who he is, and he just keeps calm and carries on, which is just badass in my opinion. Much even cooler than him bringing in, you know, an enormous ocean liner or having immense physical strength, is the fact that he has great strength of character. Strength of character, which is, you know, I mean, all the Star Tugs have strong characters, but like Hercules especially, I think is pretty badass. Zoran I like for similar reasons, really, which is that I have a sympathetic view on Zoran. I don't think that he's a bad person. I don't think he's malicious, really. I think what Zoran is dirt poor. Like, I think the Z-Stacks are, like, desperately being crushed under the heel of the Starfleet's almost monopoly over the port, right? They have so much business. It's just, it really is true what Zero says at the beginning of Sunshine, where he's just like, you know, what's devious is what's necessary to make an honest living in these days of corruption and bad business ethics. And, you know, I think he's kind of right in a weird way. Like, I think Zero is kind of a malicious character, and I think he would kind of do dastardly things even if he had all the resources and money at his disposal. But I don't think Zoran is that way. I get the feeling off of Zoran that Zoran is just trying to keep the fleet afloat. I think Captain Zero is a terrible businessman. He has no idea what he's doing. I think Zoran is really the one who's running the fleet. And I think Zoran, you know, the reason he barks orders at Zip and Zug and everyone else, the reason that he kind of, you know, he's constantly terrorizing, you know, all the other tugs, is because he's trying to keep them in line so that their fleet doesn't go under. You know, otherwise, I mean, I think they're constantly on the verge of bankruptcy. And so you can't really blame Zoran for being very stressed out all the time, because I think Zoran, maybe Zebedee to an extent, I think Zoran might confide in him a little bit, but I think Zoran's really the only one who understands the dire financial situation the Zed stacks are in. I think everybody else is kind of oblivious to it. Like, Zoran hasn't really told them, partly because he wants to kind of protect their, he doesn't want to stress the rest of the fleet out, because he knows that that damage to the morale would probably sink them right there and then. So he's kind of careful not to make it clear how dire things really are. But as a result, that means Zoran steps up to the plate and he decides, all right, fine, I'll be the bad guy. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I don't mind being the bad guy. Zip could never handle it. Zach couldn't even handle it, but I can be the bad guy, right? So that's kind of his thinking, is he's going to go and do the dastardly stuff so no one else has to. But I think he is trying to kind of protect his fleet. But it is very much, I'll look out for me and my own, and I screw the Starfleet, right? If they all sink, I'm okay with that. I don't want it to happen, but if it has to happen, so be it, right? Whereas he's going to protect his fleet at all costs, even if it means, that the Starfleet goes under. It's kind of he's very he's very loyal. I think Zoran is very loyal to his fleet. I'll say that. And I think that's admirable. I think in a weird way, Zoran is quite admirable. And I think we see the whole show through Tensense's, perspective. Tensense looks at Zoran like this awful, dreadful criminal who just does bad things just because he's evil. And it's like, that can't be the reason. He has to have a better reason than that. And I think the reason is that Zoran, I don't think Tensense fully understands the financial repercussions. I think Tensense was built in a really, built by a really wealthy tugboat company that kind of, sent him to the Starfleet, and he's worked really hard his whole life. Don't get me wrong, but he's never known what it's like to kind of to want for your next meal. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't really understand the idea of poverty. He doesn't understand the idea of the fact that if a fleet fails, you're out in the waterways on your own with no chance. And so he's kind of a little sheltered, I think. And so he's, in that sense, I think Tensense fights for what he believes in, but he doesn't give Zoran enough slack, because he doesn't realize why Zoran behaves the way that he does. So I like Zoran a lot for that reason, because he's in a very complicated, morally gray situation, which I think he honestly handles relatively well given the circumstances. And I think, I think that that Hercules is badass just because he's just so defiantly, exhibits strong character. Do you still have the little TUGS model, says the new storyteller. What do you mean by little? I mean, it's interesting because I'm best known for models of this size. To me, these are big TUGS models, right? I mean, the vast majority of the models I've made in my life have been much smaller. So to me, they're not little TUGS models, they're normal TUGS models. And this is just a crazy, enormous TUGS model. But yes, I do. If you're talking about the ones that I showed in my video a couple years ago, yes. Yeah, I think pretty much everything I've ever showed on the internet I still have. Some of it's very worse for wear, but I do still have all of it. Tensense is kind of like the steam engines built after dieselization, says the Scottish Twins. Yeah, I could see that comparison. That's pretty good. Where it's like he doesn't fully get the struggle. Like, it's foreign to him. This is an interesting one. Will Thomas says, if you've read the original opening to Regatta when it was called 4th of July, isn't it still called 4th of July? I thought it was always called both of those. Lily calls Hercules delicious. I mean, come on, that's a little strange if they weren't a couple or something. Is it bad for me to say, I know this is kind of stereotypical, but I feel like Hercules is supposed to be gay, because he wears these enormous Elton John sunglasses. He has this gorgeously manicured hair and mustache. He calls everyone darling and my dear, and it just, I don't know, it seems to me like it's a one-way thing. Like, he's very close with Lily, don't get me wrong. But I think it might be that Hercules is not into Lily, but Lily is definitely into Hercules. I think that's the situation we're dealing with, and I think that's almost a lot more interesting because I could see that being the case. And it's interesting. That's the type of thing that, like, you can ship characters in Thomas if you want, but it's not as easy. You have to kind of alter some things. Whereas Tugs almost aggressively kind of implies that is an element of the universe. And so, at that rate, I feel like if Tugs can be in romantic relationships, I think they can also probably have sexual orientations. And like in the Thomas universe, I don't think that really matters. Like I think in the Thomas universe, gender doesn't factor into anything because a train is a train. It doesn't really matter whether it's a female train or a male train. What's the difference exactly? There is none. Whereas in the Tugs universe, for better or worse, it seems like there are dramatically more male characters than female characters. And it seems as if they have different roles too, which is kind of sad. Like Lily's kind of stuck out in is it the estuary that she's docked in, that she's anchored in? Like she's constantly out there doing this kind of it's almost the equivalent of like a 20s housewife being stuck in the kitchen. It's kind of sad. Like you think Lily ever wants to like go and do tug work for a change? Kind of seems like she does in Regatta. So my point being, I think that gender is actually a relevant concept in the Tugs universe, whereas in the Thomas universe, I don't think it really factors in. It doesn't really matter. It's like, and I'm not sure which one I prefer. The Thomas universe is more idyllic because it's just a lot more fair and nice. It's just like, oh, okay, we don't have to worry about sexism. But in the Tugs universe, it's interesting because they're almost kind of using the 20s sexism to their advantage in the story. I would really like to write something that kind of confronts that and actually like a story where Lily actually does try to become like a harbor tugboat and see like how that works out. Maybe they find out that she's actually, if you start directing all that power to like a propeller instead of to her light, you find out she's actually a lot stronger than you would expect. Like something like that, right? That could be pretty cool. I've been thinking about that recently. I would really like to do some. Oh, I made this way too thick. That's okay. I really would like to do some Tugs stories though. That would be really fun. Let's see. Will Thomas says Tugs treat the Tugs like humans. Thomas treats the locomotives like just that, a locomotive. Gender doesn't come into it. Yeah, I would definitely say so. It's interesting. In Tugs, it really is, and even the way the characters are designed, they're more human. They don't have any windows for a crew to look out of. They've got more human skin tones. All of them are white for whatever reason, but they have all human skin tones. It's like they're a lot more human. They're a lot more like just regular people, but just as tugboats. Kind of like how the Cars universe works. More, except there are people, but we don't really see them. Floating Vessels says, "Let me stop talking about this theme," in all caps. Why? Do you not like interesting boat conversations, Floating Vessels? See, I find this stuff interesting, right? It's like, I don't see why there's certain parts of Tugs we're just forbidden to talk about at all costs. To me, that's weird. It's like, you should be able to talk about any element of a show and any element of humanity. And, if you want to talk about the romantic side of Tugs, I feel like that's part of the show. I feel like it should be discussed. If it's just ignored, it's kind of a shame. Like, I feel like that's definitely part of Tugs. Floating Vessel says, "No, Zoran has a emotional breakdown. When in Munitions Zoran says to 10 cents, 'Don't be a fool, 10 cents, get out of there.' Just love Zoran for that. He cares about 10 cents." Yeah, exactly. That's one of the few examples where he kind of shows that side of himself, is that he's not a psychopath. Like he actually does, care. He actually does. It's more the fact that he's having to make difficult decisions all the time, and so he leaves leaves, his what is it? So he has to leave people out in the cold sometimes. But in a situation like that, it's not difficult for Zoran to say, get out of there, 10 cents, leave him. Like, it's a clear moral decision. 10 cents, even though he's a pest to him, he is, still a good person and should still survive this. Whereas it's funny how Zoran doesn't give a shit about Blue Nose. He's just don't be a fool, 10 cents, leave him. He got himself into this. Like, he doesn't, so he's not super forgiving, but he is quite humane as well. Will Thomas says, please continue, Lemmy. This is actually really interesting. Thank you. I wonder what the TUG's reactions would be to a female TUG. It's really interesting. I was thinking about this the other day. I feel like usually when I write stuff, I like to just wash any sexism out of it, because sexism is just depressing to me. However, when it comes to TUGs, I feel like it could be a useful tool, because we are in the 1920s in America. And so we kind of, I have a grasp on what things would have been like back then. And I think it would be interesting, because I think if they met a female TUG, I think some of them would be very open to the idea of her actually doing the same work as they do, but others would be very dismissive. Like, I think all of the Z stacks would be really sexist. I feel like that would just be the case. Except maybe like one of them, maybe like Zip or something, for whatever reason, would just be like really nice about it, and then all of them would shoot him a look, and he'd be like, "Oh, never mind. Yeah, girls can't pull barges." And he's kind of bummed out, because he thinks this new TUG is really cool. Like, but I think like with the Star TUGs, it's interesting because they're still 20s tugboats, even though they are supposed to be true, honest, and forgiving. Well, they're in the 1920s. I think 10 cents is very beholden to tradition and very beholden to he's the all-American boy. He's very true to whatever the current American values are. That's how I see 10 cents. And so sometimes that's a good thing, but other times it's not. And I could see 10 cents being kind of like you notice in Pirate how he kind of he basically the minute that Grampus tells him, it's like 10 cents, we gotta go get this other TUG. He's the one who's really responsible. And 10 cents is like, all right, yeah, let's go get it right now. And Grampus is like, hold on, 10 cents. It's a bit more complicated than that. And 10 cents is like, yeah, no, it's not. He went and stole my barge. That's enough. Let's go and take him to jail. And Grampus is like, no, hold on a minute. He has to hold him back, right? 10 cents isn't. And notice Sunshine doesn't respond that way. Sunshine is kind of waiting for the answer. But 10 cents is very suddenly like, yeah, that guy's a criminal. He needs to go to jail. That's his answer, right? Because he's just very unyielding when it comes to his beliefs. And it's interesting because some TUGs are like that and some aren't. 10 cents is so convinced that when someone does something bad or against society, they must be a villain and must be punished in some way, right? And he doesn't really question the system that he lives in. And so I think that would even carry over to sexism. I feel like he would have kind of that type of sexism you'd see someone in the 20s have and not question it very much. It's interesting, though, because I don't think they'd all be like that. I think Sunshine would be very accepting. I think he would immediately be like, yeah, well, let's see what she can do. I don't see what the problem is with that. And, and he'd actually give her the chance that she deserves. And she would actually be I think she'd be a great success, right? And it would challenge a lot of what 10 cents believes. So I feel like Sunshine would be like a lot more open, just because, he's a country boy, right? He's not from the big city. He's not as much part of greater society. I feel like he's more open to the idea that if you can pay your way, if you can work hard and if you can do the job, it doesn't really matter what colors you're wearing. It really doesn't matter, what your builder's plate says. Just jump in and grab a shovel, right? And I think they'd be different in that way, because 10 cents is so much more beholden to society than Sunshine is. I feel like Sunshine is a lot more individualistic. It's interesting. Hercules, I think, would immediately. Hercules has seen a lot. I think he's been around the world, at least been all around the east and maybe even the west coast of the United States, worked at 100 different ports. You know, he has to have seen at least a few dozen female tugboats doing a good job. So he knows, like, this whole sexism thing is bullshit, right? He'd immediately just be like, you know, don't let those other guys get you down, Medea. You can do this if you just keep believing in yourself, you know. And then he goes and you know, does some badass liner job or whatever, just to make his point. But it's like, you know, I think that, like, I think each tug would be different in this respect. I think it's interesting. I think Warrior would be swayed back and forth. You know, Sunshine would say something like, you know, like, well, I think this new tug deserves a chance. And Warrior would be like, yeah, you're right. And then 10 Cents would be like, no, she doesn't. You kidding me? Come on, things work a certain way around here, Sunshine. We're not just going to uplift everything just because, you know, some you know, crazy boat chick comes along, right? And then Warrior would then look over at him and be like, yeah, no, what you said. Like, you wouldn't really know which side to take, right? OJ would be interesting because I think he would. I want to say that OJ would be old-fashioned and traditional, and so of course would be quite sexist. But I don't know. I feel like he could actually have, because it's interesting. If like, I don't know. I mean, it's. I could see OJ being a little bit outside the box, where he's so old at this point that he's seen enough to realize he's kind of doubled back. Like, maybe when he was like a 20-year-old tugboat, which is pretty old for a tugboat. Like, say, when he was in his boat 60s, right, maybe he was really sexist. But now he's in his boat hundreds, and he's, like, done a full loop around, and he's like, you know, he's seen it all, and he realizes what the true answer is. Big Mac, I think, would be quite nice about it. I feel like Big Mac wouldn't be sexist. I don't know why. He's just nice. I just like Big Mac. I look up to Big Mac. He's a good person. I want him to not be sexist. It's as simple as that. That's what it is for Big Mac. Top Hat, I don't think Top Hat would care either way. I think he would, if this new tugboat would be willing to pull coal for him instead of him having to do it, that would be enough. He'd just be like, you know, oh, good. I'm all for equality. No, I'm going to go get a hose down, frankly. You know, he wouldn't care. You know, but it's interesting. The Star Tugs would be split, I think. The Zed Stacks would all be really sexist, but mostly because they're insecure and mostly because they already have enough competition. So if they see a new tugboat in the port, of course they're going to jump on the first thing that they can use against her. But, you know, it's interesting. I could really see this being like a surprisingly relatable and modern story, despite it being very, despite it being in the 20s. Like, I feel like, you know, it would kind of, it would deal with a lot of what we're dealing with today in the world, where it's like, you know, kind of the idea of, you know, conventions shifting and, you know, and gender lines kind of moving around. I feel like that could honestly be surprisingly applicable to tugs. And I feel like you could take what was really quite, like, originally I think it was just a bias. I think the lack of female characters wasn't some narrative tool. I think it was just because everyone making the show was pretty much male. But now I feel like we could actually use that as a story mechanic and be like, well, no, it's like that because it's the 20s. And now we're going to introduce a few female characters and shake up that dynamic and actually get a good moral out of it, which is that you should give everyone a chance. You know, I think that could be really cool. So that might be one of the stories that I produce. I would love to have a bunch of wooden railway models, you know, like the Top Hat I made right now, and film something like that. But there's so many models to make. Like, it's literally like at least 12. I've thought about bringing a few people together and maybe, like, if I had like a team of model makers making different tugs, and then like everyone was to ship them to me and I would film the series and maybe I would write it with a few other people. That would be kind of cool. Like, I'd only have to make like 5 or 6. That could be a neat idea. But you know, that's just a thought though. That's one of many. So, you know, it's worth thinking about. You know, it's could be interesting. Let's see. Floating Vessels says, I had a it's gone. You had a dream, boxes, and I opened a box and there was Top Hat. Okay, I know enough about that dream just from seeing that last sentence. It's one of those dreams where you find tugs models somewhere. I have had so many of those.
Lemmy, I might start a show scale sunshine soon. You have inspired me to do a sunshine model. So Scrollo, the old engine. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Scottish Twin says, "Hey Lemmy, how hard do you think it would be to make TUGS models take along size?" Not hard at all. It would be really straightforward. It'd be the same as like making my wooden railway top hat, except a little bit smaller. It might even be easier the smaller you make these things. So I'd say as long as you use thinner cardboard, like maybe cereal box consistency, I think you'll have no problem. So I say go for it. It's interesting how I kind of, in addition to this being a tutorial, really what I wanted was to kind of capture the entire process of me making a TUGS model on camera. Like there wasn't a single moment that I spent working on it that isn't on camera. Because TUGS models are such a big part of my life that it's nice to kind of, I really like the idea of capturing at least one session of me making one fully. You know, where it's like there's a model that you can see the entire process, and you know just so that there's documentation. There's a recording of me doing what I consider to be my most remarkable thing, which is making TUGS models. So I like having this documented, but what I'm realizing is this is also like a very comprehensive documentation of all of my views on TUGS and my ideas for TUGS. Because I've spent so many hours on this at this point that really this whole, if someone were to watch this entire live stream series, by the end of it, assuming that they don't fast forward through it, which I would expect them to because it's very, very long, if they are actually listening to what I'm saying, then this live stream series is kind of the equivalent of like a 30 episode podcast series where I actually talk about all of my beliefs on TUGS. So it's interesting. Like there is something nice about having that captured and recorded. I do like that I'm doing this. Let me please show Blue Nose's propeller and rudder, says Floating Vessels Guy. Blue Nose is behind the sky backdrop right now. I pushed him. I put him back there for storage, so he's not very accessible at the moment. But he was. I don't know. He's not very accessible. I apologize. Oh, but he does his. This is something not many people have seen, is that his propeller does actually spin and his rudder does turn. And I hope that I can actually like drive him around like an RC boat in my in a local pond. But I haven't gotten to that point yet because of COVID. So I really hope eventually I get to do that and see if he actually works. Because the first time I tried to do that, like when I filmed the video of him floating for the first time, he was, back when he was still kind of in primer. He did have a working propeller at that time, but it was like I made it myself. It was made out of like clear thin plastic, and it was just too fragile. It was really floppy, and it broke off. And so I had to do something I hate to do, which is actually buy something rather than making it. And I had to buy a proper propeller, and I painted it red, and I fixed it to the back of him. So I haven't tried that propeller yet, but I imagine it's remarkably better at moving him through the water. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool. It's crazy that each and every TUGS model had a working propeller, and if you watch the show closely, you'll notice that like they actually like create waves behind the stern, which is really cool. Like even though the thing isn't floating, it still has a propeller that's doing the same thing it would usually be doing. Let's see. Apparently, George from Theodore Tugboat is 3 feet long. Oh my god, that can't be. I would love to know that, though. Tell me, Flying Scotsman 4472. How do you know that? How do you know how long George is from Theodore Tugboat? Because I really felt like making, a few months ago, I really felt like making an Emily from Theodore Tugboat, like a replica. Same as I did with these, but just for Theodore Tugboat. And I couldn't figure out how long they were. I didn't really try that hard, but I couldn't figure it out. If they're really 3 feet long, then Jesus Christ, that's amazing. Like that's nutty. That's 36 inches. That's almost as long as Hercules for like a harbor tug, essentially. That's crazy. I love that. Let's see. Will says, you and me need to talk about tugs sometime. I quite agree, Will. Let's see. Maybe you could help me write some tug stories eventually. That would be cool. I feel like you'd have some good ideas. Floating Vessel says, I love Lemmy's stream because I can discuss everything about tugs with Lemmy. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's quite fun. Let's see. Will says, I want to write about Big Mac and Billy because it's clear that Big Mac just hates Billy. Yeah, he really does. He's just like, he doesn't, like, every time Billy throws a bone, Big Mac just does not catch it. Or he's just like, don't worry, if it goes up, we all go up. And Big Mac's just like, what? And Billy's like, don't worry, only joking, it's safe. That's a me. Like, he's really like, he doesn't, Billy tries to make jokes, but Big Mac, it's really cool how consistent this is because Big Mac is so careful. Like, he's such a cautious character. And so, I mean, you see this in Upriver. It's like he is just a very serious character when it comes to anything dangerous, anything risky. And so, Billy is kind of the opposite. He's very reckless. So, of course, Big Mac hates him. And I love that, like, the details like that. The characters are just, they are way more consistent than they have any right to be for a tiny, insignificant 13-episode 80s show. Like, the fact that they are so well written and that they are so consistent is highly impressive to me. Like, wow. They're all so good. I love that. I wonder if Big Mac had some sort of accident in his past that, like, made him become more cautious. Like, he seems like he's really averse to risk, more than the average person would be, for sure. Heard it from some post from one of the guys who saw them at the museum behind the scenes, says Flying Scotsman 4472. So, yeah, those people, I figured were my best shot in figuring out how long the models were. I hope they took some measurements. I don't know if they probably didn't expect to see them up close like that, so I doubt they had tape measures on them, but they probably have a rough idea. But that'd be really cool. And the cool thing is, if I made, like, say, an Emily replica and she actually floated, then that would actually look like Theodore Tugboat. She'd still bob a little bit more than she's supposed to because they did have some sort of trolley, but they'd look a lot closer. Whereas Tug's models really aren't supposed to bob at all. But I'm making these float just because it's a lot easier to plop one of these in a pond than find a very consistent tank with a flat bottom that is of substantial size. Like, where are you gonna find one of those? So that's I would like to do a Theodore Tugboat replica at some point. I wish I were immortal. That would be nice because then I could just have, I would have endless time. I have so many projects I want to do in so little time. I mean, I have tons of time. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, like, I only have 90 years. That's it. And there's a lot that I want to do in this time. And, I would like to be able to do it all. I suppose the answer to that is to bring in more people to help me. But I have not done that. I'm trying to, though. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about, like, again, that Tugs idea. I already do a wooden railway series. And I did, like, a tutorial on how I make my wooden railway Tugs models. And then I had people come forward and help build half of the cast, right? So I build some of them, other people build some of them. They wouldn't look exactly the same, all of them, but they'd probably all have the standard facial expressions I make, so that would kind of create a look of consistency across all of them. And I feel like if I did that, that would make that whole project a lot more feasible. And then, of course, all those people would be in the credits, and they'd be greatly thanked for all their work. And, of course, I'd send their models back to them when I was done filming. But that would be pretty cool. Let's see. Will says, I actually really want to make a show scale Johnny Cuba. That would be really cool. It's Johnny is immense. He's really huge. And you know what I felt like doing recently is making a wooden railway scale Johnny Cuba. I feel like that would be fun. Show scale would be crazy too. I mean, that would be really awesome. Lemmy, what do you think will become of my boomer? Asks Floating Vessels. I should hope he'll be finished. I understand how difficult it is to finish a project, but you've made a lot of progress on him already. So I imagine you'll get to painting pretty soon, and he'll actually get finished. And it's really cool when you actually paint a model, because then you can actually really see the you can really visualize them as that character. I can already see how close he is, but like once you've actually painted Boomer, that's going to be a whole different story. What's with the bandage? Asks Small Tank Engine Productions. Oh, I was moving this board into place, on top of the table. I scraped my finger on the wall, I believe. I don't know what I scraped it on. I think it was the wall. But at any rate, it's just a small flesh wound. It's not a big deal. It's just a scrape, but it's one of those weird scrapes that's like on a joint. So for that reason, it'll like keep bleeding if you don't put a bandage on it. But it's not a big deal. Not much worse than a paper cut. Let's see. Lemmy, is it bad that I had a dream that Izzy Gomez robbed me and called me Gringo? Says Cheeky Blue E2. I don't think it's bad to have any dream. You can't control your dreams. But it is certainly unusual. I'll give it that. Let's see. Who's that? Will Thomas says, "Hey Levy, I'm really on board with the TUGS idea you have." Yeah, it's good to hear. Yeah, I mean, I should talk to you more about that later, because I think it could be a really neat idea. Like, imagine that. Like, I bring a bunch of people together to make a TUGS series. I always wanted a team, right? Like, I do everything on my own, and it's so hard to get stuff done because I have so many models to make. Imagine if I just teach everybody how to do what I do, which is a little bit condescending. Everyone might know how to do it already. But imagine that. Imagine that I teach people how to make models in my wooden railway style, and then we just all split up. I make Top Hat, Big Mac, OJ, Hercules, Zoran, and then everyone else takes different models. If I got like 4 or 5 people on board, that would be stellar. I would have that would be so much easier to actually get it out. And then those same people could help write the series, throw episodes at me. And once I have the models, it'd be so easy to film. Like, that would be awesome. I'd probably have to tweak people's models just a little bit, like to make sure the heads turn right and that sort of thing. And maybe, I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. So, I think if I were to have people make models for me, I'd be inclined to make a few adjustments to them, but not big ones. So I think, I'd have to figure out how far I want to go with that. But at the end of the day, I think the truth is something like that would never come out unless I had help from people. Like, that's what I've learned about myself. So if I could bring in a whole team of people to help me make TUGS models, they might not all look exactly the same, but they'd obviously be the characters they're meant to represent, and that's what matters. So that could be really cool. Let's see. I'm already making Hercules, says Will. Yeah, I was thinking about your Hercules when I was saying that, Will. Is that that could be one of them. We could that would be really cool, right? Like just imagine that if we all bring our models together and actually make it a reality. How cool is that Johnny was made up on the fly to create a new episode, says Dopey Duck 123. It's really cool. It's kind of crazy. That gets me, how Johnny probably was just meant to stay as a normal background tramp steamer. And then they were like, oh, we need a gangster tramper. All right, put a face on this one. And they just made a quick face. That's probably why he has only one facial expression. Solomon says, hey Lemmy, how do you make the holes smooth? I'm struggling with my own. Well, there's a few things. Firstly, I go over everything with masking tape. So, say you see how there's all these curled up pieces of masking tape and it's really rough and all that. I just kind of go over everything with a layer of masking tape. Then you can already see how much smoother that makes it. But what I also do is then I take Durham's water putty and I smear it all over everything and then I sand it. Now that's a very specific step, but that's what I do. And that's probably what I'm going to do in the next installment of this, live stream series. However, I think there's a lot of ways to do this, right? Like you really just need some sort of clay or putty or something. It doesn't really matter what, and just smear it all over everything. And if you can sand it, that's all the better. If you can't sand it, then at least just try to make it smooth as a kind of a, like a nice smooth coating over everything. You just need some sort of sealant that kind of creates a smooth finish over everything. That would be my suggestion. So there's a lot of ways to do that. The thing is, I learned how to do all this stuff by innovating. I just kind of came up with ideas myself and tried them out, and they worked. When they didn't work, I tried something else. So, I'm sure that every single person watching right now, no matter where you live, I think that, you'll be able to find materials in your area that work for your purposes. If you don't give up and if you're ingenuitive enough. Then again, Saul, you do struggle to even get paint. So, it's difficult. But I know if anyone can do it, you can because you're brilliant. Anyhow. Floating Vessel says, you scraped a brand new barge deliberately. Will says, yeah, that's definitely, that's a great idea. I'm already making Hercules, but if you made a tutorial, that really helps, says Will. I think I will, Ben. I think that might be something I do soon then. There's all these Thomas models that I've made that are really cool that I just need to show people already. But I have this weird tendency to like hide stuff until it's finished. Like I want to make like a video with them first before I reveal them. But the reason I bring it up is because I've been making a lot of wooden railway stuff recently. And a lot of those kind of those skills are transferable. It's like the way I build wooden railway models that are engines is kind of the same way I build TUGS models. And I feel like if I make a TUGS tutorial, it'll help. It might help Thomas fans as well. I mean, it might be pretty all-encompassing. The sky is falling. You can't tell, but it's falling. I might as well push this back up here. I don't think anyone is actually seeing what I'm doing on the boat. I'll be honest. Saul says, Lemmy HPW to make the halls smooth. I've been asking for like 69 years. This is such not Ryle. I've lost your message, Saul. I answered your question already. So if you're not listening, that is not my fault. I'm going to move along because I love you. Let's see. Will says, Lemmy, I turned the episode that was replaced by High Winds. It was meant to be Hercules episode where he tries to pull two ocean liners. So this is interesting because the information I had. So when I told you about the stand-in episode, Will, I knew it was called Hercules, but I didn't say that because it was already kind of a bombshell to drop in the first place that High Winds had not been the original episode. So I didn't want to go into too much detail, but I was quite aware that it was called Hercules. But what's funny about this is I don't think there's any confirmation that Hercules pulled two ocean liners in that episode. But what's funny is that was my theory about what happened that I told several friends about. So I wonder if that theory has now perpetuated through the community to the point where now people are citing it as fact. Because that's what I first thought. You got to realize, I think it was I was talking to MK Instrumentalist, and he told me about this. He showed me the episode list of like what he thought the original first seven episodes were, and Hercules was on. I went down the list. It was like a weird list. It was like Sunshine, Jinxed, then like Munitions, and then Hercules, like the fourth one on the list or something. And I was like, holy shit, what is that? That looks really cool. That blew my mind when I saw that. I was like, oh my god, like there's an episode called Hercules. That would have been the best episode of the whole show if that had actually been produced. And so my first thought was, oh my god, it's like gonna be a badass Hercules episode where he has to like dock 2 ocean liners at the same time using his immense strength or something. That would be so cool. Can you imagine if he was out in front, or better yet, if he was like squeezed in between the 2 of them and he's got like a gritted like facial expression and he's like red in the face, but he's able to like dock both of them and save both ships. Like that would be badass, right? But that was my idea. I don't think I heard that anywhere. I don't think that was ever confirmed. I don't think we know what Hercules is about. Maybe that's changed since then, or maybe my prediction was correct. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, that might be the case. I did see it on Twitter. To be fair, what do you think Railhead was meant to be about? Railhead's another cool one. Railhead was, undeniably a Top Hat episode. I don't know. Maybe more train stuff. Like I feel like we could have maybe seen more engines besides Puffa and the goods engine. You know what I was thinking about the other day that's very interesting is that I don't think they ever explain explicitly in the show why Top Hat's head bobs up and down. Like I don't think they say he's a railway tug. They make that very clear. But they don't ever explain that it's because he's supposed to be able to see up over the wagons. And he's always pulling the railroad car floats in the background. But like they don't ever make a big deal about it. In High Tide, that's really the closest we come to Top Hat being associated with the railroad, which is interesting because you would think there'd be a whole episode explaining it, which is probably what Railhead was supposed to be. And so I think in that episode, I think we probably would have gotten an explanation that very clearly explained that Top Hat's, why Top Hat is so tall, and probably Frank and Eddie would have taken a large part in it. And I think we would have gotten a sense for, it's interesting because Top Hat probably takes a lot of pride in his railroad tug duties. However, at the same time, I don't think he ever really talks about it all that much. So in that episode, I feel like we would have gotten a sense for how Top Hat feels about the railroad, for what it means to him. And I don't think that's something we got from the rest of the show. So that would have been really cool to see. I would have loved that. But maybe that's something that that I could produce. That would be pretty neat. If like we could pour all of those ideas. If I were to create some sort of team effort TUGS series where we all write different stories, that would be pretty awesome. It's like we could put ideas like that in there. There's nothing stopping us. That would be really neat. Did you know that the goods engine's name is Night Owl, and David Mitton hated it because it was a ridiculous design, says Cheeky Blue E2. I don't know if David Mitton hated it. I believe that comes from an SIF interview. Somebody says, that Papa was made second because David wanted a more American-looking design. He definitely didn't like it. He wasn't satisfied with it. Night Owl. I guess that's from one of the scripts. It's weird. It's weird how people cite this to me. Like David hating the goods engine, David hating the goods engine. That's like a 10-year-old fact. And then Night Owl is like a 2-year-old fact. And then people come right up to me and they like recite them both like they just learned them both yesterday. And it's so weird to me because like on one level I'm like, I've known this my whole life. It's part of my identity. And then on the other hand, it's like, oh yeah, that fact. Well, I just learned that the other day. Like, and then they're both, some people see them as, they give them equal weight. And that's very interesting to me. I very much treasure having been a TUGS fan for so long, because I've gotten to see very different phases in the TUGS community and how, people have a different outlook now than they did when I first discovered it. It's very interesting. So I suppose that's because all the original people became evil and then stole all the TUGS models and then broke off Hercules' funnel or whatever. That's the fan theory, anyway. Tugs Trust has the 30-minute cut of Warrior, and I want to see it, says Will. I would really love to see that. I wish it wasn't Warrior, though. I feel like, oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, fuck. Wait, that has Big Mac under the... Okay, no, I would love to see that. Yeah, because that has Big Mac up on the barge, doesn't it? Oh, that would be so cool. Oh, it is so sad that we don't have that. Does the trust even still exist? I heard that I thought it disbanded like a year ago because of COVID. I don't know. I know it's just a rumor, but what is the situation with the trust? I have no clue. Can I paint my boomer with straight Flex Seal without putty? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, floating vessels. The water putty is not to protect it's not to make it waterproof, right? The water putty is just a visual thing. It's just to smooth it out. So if you're happy with how smooth it is, just spray it with Flex Seal straight up. In fact, the water putty is not waterproof. It's the opposite. It's water soluble. Like it will get damp when in water. So if you could go without the water putty, that actually would be better than using it. So yeah, go ahead. If you can find Flex Seal, use that. But I would say when spraying a model with Flex Seal, go really heavy on the part that is actually going to be in the water. Because remember, the whole hull won't be in the water, just past the water line. So you really want to go heavy with that on the parts that matter. I would also say totally coat the bottom in masking tape, not an inch of cardboard visible. Totally covered in masking tape, because that'll be a good layer of waterproofing. It won't be enough to keep the water out, but it will be a good layer for the Flex Seal to grab onto. And then put the Flex Seal over that. And put several layers of Flex Seal. Don't hurry it. Spray it, leave it out for a day, spray it, leave it out for a day. Keep doing that. And eventually you should have something pretty sturdy. And it'll still leak a little bit. It's not perfect. But it's also really damn cheap. As opposed to casting a hole in fiberglass or something. That would cost a fortune. I'm okay with it leaking a little bit, when it does, reversible damage. If it means having a model that is dramatically cheaper that I can actually afford. I'm noticing that this is kind of bunching up there. You see that? That weird ridge that is formed there. I'm just gonna brute force cut that. Oh, these scissors are really on their last legs. I shouldn't have given away so many scissors at trough. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh I should buy more scissors. I need a few materials. I need paper clips. I need straws. I need scissors, and I need silver and gold paint, little tiny bottles of them. I gotta get all that stuff. I really should. Not the most demanding materials, I have to say. Let's see. It will float, right? I don't know. You tell me, floating vessels. It won't float unless you put a very heavy weight under the bottom of it. There's a lot to it, right? I can't just tell you, is it going to float or not? I don't know. There's a lot to it, right? So you've got to experiment with it, right? Set it in the water. Just put it in and see what happens. If water starts rushing into the hole, take it out immediately. Leave it to dry for a day. If water doesn't start rushing in, then slowly let go of it. And then when it starts to capsize, quickly pick it back up and then take it back inside and make some alterations, right? Maybe put weight in the hole or hook a weight underneath the hole. That's what I did on Blue Nose. Blue Nose has this really heavy weight underneath the hole that keeps him upright. Because the Tugs models, especially with a head as big as Blue Nose is, they're not going to stay upright. They're going to flip over immediately. So you've got to like have a weight underneath to keep them upright. But that only works if the hole is watertight, and if water doesn't start rushing in, it has to be airtight. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to it, right? But I would say just experiment. Just, try a few different things, and slowly make steps forward, and eventually you'll figure out what method works best for you. Let's see. Hi, Lemmy. It's me, Trey's Trains. Oh, Trey's Trains. I haven't seen you in a while. I broke my phone, and I really wanted to ask you. I made paper faces for my engines, and I wanted to know if I could use them on my YouTube. I wanted to know if I could use them on my YouTube. You're asking me? I mean, they're your faces. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what you're asking. Yeah, I mean, why would it be up to me? If you made paper faces, that's really cool. I say go ahead and use them. Do you mind posting the link, says Cheeky Bluey 2. Link to what? I'm not paying enough attention to the chat to actually answer these questions. There is always a part of me that is a little bit worried that these models aren't going to turn out great. And every time I'm surprised. I'm like, I forget how much I love this. Like, I'm just looking at this, and I'm like, I've been talking to you guys the whole time, right? I haven't been paying attention to what I'm making. But I just looked down at it, and I'm like, holy shit, this is amazing. Like this, look at it. It's so cool. Like, just look at these big, thick splash rails along the side. Don't you just love that look? Yeah, I mean, I always surprise myself. I'm always expecting it to, like, I know it's gonna be good, but deep down there's a part of me where I'm just thinking, like, okay, but I don't know that for sure, and I'm worried that it won't. But I don't know why, because it always turns out great. But that's partly your mentality too. It turns out great if you're prepared to look at it like it's great. I need to blow my nose. I've been congested ever since I did Hercules' voice. I hope you guys enjoyed the part of the stream where I blow my nose for a solid minute. I know I did. There he blows his nose, says Small Tank Engine Productions. Oh my god. How big is Queen Stephanie from Theodore if George is 3 feet? She must be almost 20 feet, says Flying Scotsman 4472. I don't know. That's nuts. I'd say if I had to guess, maybe like 14 feet. I feel like she could still be relatively small. I don't think she'd need to be huge. Interestingly, though, I've done calculations for what a scale Titanic in the TUGS scale would be like, and it would be 20 feet long. Now, Vienna is only 10, I believe. So they really scaled down the ocean liner in order to make that work. Okay, Lemmy, I'm going to take a nap, says Floating Vessels. All right, enjoy your nap. And good luck, says Floating Vessels. Thank you very much. You know, it's interesting. There's some things in life, even for the most anxious person, there's some things in life that you're just so certain you're doing the right thing. And, you know, whenever I'm making one of these, I always feel like I'm doing the right thing. I always feel like this is where I'm meant to be right now, which is nice. And it's weird. It's such a bizarre type of serendipity. You know, the fact that I would be destined to make models, to make replicas out of cardboard of models from an obscure 1989 semi-Thomas spinoff in Britain that nobody knows about, whose network went bankrupt after 13 episodes. What a bizarre life's purpose, but at the same time so specific. It can't be that specific and be wrong, I think. And it's like, it's interesting, even though this isn't the most, like, this is probably the most unique thing that I do, I would say. Out of anything I've done in my life, making these TUGS models is probably the thing that would best define me. And it may not even be the most significant thing, but it is the thing that best sums me up. And in that sense, I suppose if I were to pick one purpose, one major contribution to the world, it's probably this. And it sounds small, but it also feels very right. I can't help but love making these things. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they're just so satisfying for me to make. And I can't imagine what it would be like if I had grown up in the 90s even. I wouldn't have known about TUGS because I'd be in America. There's no internet to bring it to me. But I do know about it, and it has dramatically altered the course of my creative passions. Will says, it's weird how the world works. And also says, Lemmy, I explained about the trust up in the chat, just so you know. Explained about the trust. Oh, I should have looked. I answered my question. Okay, maybe I'll ask you later in private, Will. That would be of use. Let's see. Trey's Trains, who is not called Trey's Trains at the moment, but I now know because I've been told. Because your series was what wanted me to make the face, so I thought it would only be right to ask you. Okay, I get your point now. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you asking me, but you know, in my mind, it's like I put my series out there. It's on the internet. It's out there for anyone to see and anyone to kind of take inspiration from. So, you know, if I were worried about people kind of imitating me, I wouldn't have put it out there. So because it's out there, it's free reign. You can imitate anything you want from there. If you want to take my ideas and run with them, then feel free to. You're totally welcome to do that. You know, so, and good luck with the faces that you've made, because that sounds really cool. TUGS exhibition are still going, just waiting for COVID to go. Amazing, given the crap they get, says Dopey Duck 123. I'd love to talk to the people. I don't even know who runs the exhibition. Like, I don't really know who the team is. I have a rough idea. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's two sides to everything. and they get a lot of crap, but like, you know, I don't know. I mean, so it's a lot of stress and work to do what they do, and you know, they may not be treating the models super well, but I don't know. Everyone's heard my thoughts on this. You know, I call me a trust loyalist, but I kind of, I don't know. I appreciate if they've scammed people. I don't know if they have. I've heard that before, though. If say they scam people, I can't help but think that you should try to avoid getting scammed. I mean, I don't know. I don't. You know, I just think they've done a lot more good than bad. You know, considering they literally saved the models. In the same way that, like, when Gordon is brought to the Northwestern Railway, he may be an asshole, but like, he's also like the kingpin that they need at that time. Like, he comes in and he can pull the express. Who was pulling the express before Gordon showed up? Henry? Like, are you kidding me? Maybe Edward was pulling the express because Henry's too weak to do it. Like, that's nuts, right? So Gordon may be a jerk, but he also comes in and like totally saves the railway. So I don't know. You know, sometimes actions speak louder than words, and also actions speak louder than pettier, smaller actions. Actions trump actions. You know. Let's see. Ryan Hagan, who runs the trust, owns the 96 TUGS script. Wait, what do you mean? The 90? Do you mean the 96 scripts that David Mitten and the team wrote, or do you mean? Yeah, that has to be what you mean. Jesus Christ, all of them? I thought those were long gone. That blows my mind. Whew. I'm starting to think that nothing from TUGS was ever destroyed. I assumed everything was gone. Everything. All the scripts, all the original versions of episodes, all the models. Not in this live, but when you get to the face of the tug, will it be shown how to make the face up, down, left, right? Up, down, left, right. You mean like with the eyes? Yeah. No, my plan is to live stream the entire process beginning to end. So literally the last installment of this live stream series, like 20 installments later, is gonna be literally you're gonna have a finished Zebedee right here that's literally, you know, looks like the show one. That's my hope, right? Now, I wouldn't necessarily bet on that because I don't have a great track record, but that's my plan. You know, that's how far I want to go with this. Do you have a least favorite TUGS character? It says Small Tank Engine Productions. Is it mean to say Little Ditcher? Like, I don't really like. I don't like the faceless characters for one thing. I don't dislike them. I like them, right? But I wish they had faces. If I were gonna make a TUGS thing, I'd give them all faces because I feel like the more I think about it, I'm shocked that Big Mickey was supposed to have a face. But now that I think about it, like, it's kind of obvious. Like, look at his cab. that's like a perfect head. Like, that's so clearly where you would put a face. Like, to the point where I think he was designed to have a face there. And now I'm starting to think it's not a stylistic thing that Tugs had so many megaphones coming out of. Because megaphones are supposed to be a thing that the captains have, not boats. That's weird. Like, that's not supposed to be the case. It might have been that they just didn't have the time and money to make faces for all these characters. So they did it with a lot of them, but not all of them. And so, like, I feel like if Tugs had had 2 or 3 years in an unlimited budget, they probably would have put a face on everything. And so that's what I would do. I think I would give Little Ditcher a face. I'd give Mighty Mo a face. I'd give, all the everything that talks, I feel like should have a face. It's difficult with Puffa because how do I give him a face without making him look like a Thomas character? I mean, everybody's gonna whine about this, but I feel like putting the face on the smokestack, like the little engine that could, might actually be a very Tugsy thing to do. Like turning that into kind of a head. Putting like a flat cap on the top of it and like. Let's see. Will says, my understanding is they never scammed anyone, but they made people pay to watch the 30-minute cut of Warrior. And yes, I do mean all of them. Dave gave them to him in 2008 before his death. I'm sorry, what? Hold on, to who? To Ryan Hagan? Is that true? That blows my mind that this has been going on so long. Oh, God. Oh. That's something. If that's true, then that's something. It does make sense that David Mitton would still have the scripts. Like the models, it doesn't make sense he'd have Top Hat or something. But the fact that he would have had the scripts makes a lot of sense. It is an absolute tragedy that David did not live to see today. It's awful because, like, he would have been so great on Twitter. Can you just imagine? Like, it's a shame. I mean, I have no idea really what the man was like. I can't be sure of that because we have so little on him. But I do know that it would have been so nice for him to witness. I know he loved Tugs. I know he loved it to bits. I know that much. And for him to see how much we all care about it would have been profound. And it's a shame he didn't get to see that because, Tugs was, I'm sure, entertained a lot of kids, but it was kind of a flash in the pan in the 80s. But the sustained passion for it here in the Thomas community, I think, might even amount to more than the original run of the show. And the fact that he didn't get to see that is just wrong. Hey, Lemmy, could you please draw the shape that Sunshine Hole should look like, please, as I need it for my model? Just look at pictures, Sam. I mean, do you think I'm some sort of god? Do you think that I'm just me from memory, I'm going to be able to outline the shape of Sunshine's hole better than a photograph of him? Like, I mean, you're gonna have much better luck looking at a picture of him than I'm gonna have doing it from memory. That's what I have to say on the matter. I'm not special. Yes, says Insane Edward, says Sam. All right. The only unfinished Tugs model left downstairs is Lily Lightship. She doesn't have a face, says the new storyteller. Yes, I understand that. I have a lot of unfinished models myself. Unfinished models are still very cool. Hey, Lemmy, who are you planning to make next after TWR OJ, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. I don't know. The thing is, I'm kind of annoyed with OJ right now. I don't really want to make him because his paddle wheels are really annoying. Like, I don't want to make paddle wheels and they have to spin and fit in there. I know how to do it, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling OJ right now. I should have chosen someone else. But that tends to be how everything goes. That's why I think I'd be a lot more motivated to actually work on those TWR models if I believed that I could actually finish the set. And I feel like I could finish the set if I had the assistance of a lot of other people. Like, I really should look into that. I should talk to Will about that later. And we should hash out maybe a way to do that. Because if we brought in several people, and if I made some sort of, tutorial, like if I did a tutorial video where I made like a Big Mac or 10 cents would probably make sense, or a Zoran, that would be pretty good. I do think for consistency, it might be a good idea for me to make all the harbor tugs, maybe, like, because then they'd all have the same hole shape. It's kind of a good idea that Will is making Hercules because he's already different. So, like, he's not going to clash with anything else. And if we really do go ahead with this, it would be really cool. I would really like to do a TUGS series with other people. Bring in other people to write stuff. That goes back to the scripts. 96 scripts. Hot take here. I don't want to see them. I don't want to know what's in those 96 scripts because it will destroy creativity. That's the sad thing. All of a sudden, all your questions answered all at once. Isn't that a pleasure? Isn't that a joy? It's like, oh, you don't need to figure out anything about the TUGS universe. You don't need to do any character development. David has written the next 7 seasons of the show for you. So you don't have to come up with anything. Come on, you don't have to. Like, what a nightmare. It's bad enough hearing people babble on about the Diesel Tug. Now I've got to see 7 seasons of something that doesn't even exist, that squanders and destroys all the potential ideas I had. I don't, honestly, is a great service, I think, that, who is it, Ryan Hagan, whoever it is, has not shown the 96 scripts to the public. A great service to me, not a great service to most people. I'm sure they'd love to see them. But to me personally, I don't want to see them. I want TUGS to be a closed book. It's selfish, but I hope they never see the light of day. I don't want all my fan theories to all of a sudden be decimated by something that never even came out. Like, that's a worrying thing to me. Spoiler alert, Hercules is 10 cents his dad. Hello, Jay. How are you doing? Think at least 2 scripts would be nice, says Redding, 3640 Studios. That could be good. Yeah, if it wasn't 96, that would be good. Because that's the thing. If it's literally almost 100 scripts, then, like, that's everything. It's like the Library of Babel. It's like literally anything that you could ever come up with is going to be in there. It's going to be Simpsons did it, except with TUGS. That's the worst thing I can imagine. That's my own personal hell. Jesus Christ. I'm good. Thank you, Jay. I'm doing good. I'm doing my boat stuff, and that's all that matters. Cheeky Bluey 2 says hashtag Big Daddy Hercules. Lemmy, what's your opinion on my series TUGS at War? Says Sam. Is that a whole different series? I didn't realize that. I thought you were rolling that TUGS War concept into your general series. That is, I mean, it sounds cool, but I also do wonder if the TUGS would live that long. It does depend on how you see the universe, I think. Lemmy, how would you make Sunshine's body and head? it's a complicated question to answer through describing it. I understand what you're saying though, and I understand the engineering problem you're confused about because it is complicated. So here, I'll draw this one because this is kind of interesting. So if you look at Sunshine's head from the top, so imagine this is his outline, right? You know, from the top, and then his head. So now imagine this. So that's the brim of his hat, that black part. And then this here is the hat. And then this here is the superstructure. That circle is the funnel. So now I'm going to cross lines through. This whole part with all the cross lines through it is one piece. That's his head, right? So notice that curved bit at the back. That kind of cuts in. Basically what you got is this is a hard thing to draw. It would almost be faster if I had a Sunshine model to hand, but they're all packed away. All right, so imagine two pieces. So we've got that's the head there, right? Imagine the face is on the front here, and then you've got this curve back here that is exactly the same level as the superstructure back here. So the superstructure, notice, has this half circle cut into it at the front, and then at the back of the head, it has this half circle like kind of extruding from the back of the head. So that kind of slots into this. And then the pivot point underneath the head is positioned perfectly so that this turns perfectly in the housing of the superstructure. So, you know. Imagine if it was turned to the side, it would be something like this. Again, crossed lines means that's the head. So it would kind of turn in that housing, like a joint. So that's how I would go about that. He's also got just a little tiny bit underneath the head. So the dark line is the superstructure. Notice that little ridge underneath the head. Don't forget that because it adds just a little bit, but it's not nearly as tall as the other tugs. Like his head basically sits right on the deck. So hopefully those designs will tell you something of use.
screenshot that if you like. Okay, let's see. So, oh, I thought Lemmy was doing his taxes, says Steve Engines United 345. No, I'm not nearly responsible enough to be doing my taxes. Okay, I have to go. I'm going out for my mom's birthday. I'll see you later, Lemmy. See you later, Scarlo, the old engine. Take care. And say happy birthday to your mother for me. All right, let's see. We're making progress with the Splashrails. Incredibly slow progress. This should have been done in 20 minutes, but instead I'm talking a lot. But that's better than not talking. Let's see. Oh, Blue Tender Engine. Just sitting very cool at the back of the classroom says, hey. Hello, Matt. Good to hear from you. Yeah, I saw you in the last live stream, but I didn't, and I meant to remark on seeing you in the chat, but it was very hectic with all the people in there, so I didn't really get a chance. Spoiler alert, Lemmy actually is from the past, and he is the one who wrote TUGS. Dun dun, says Jay. Says Long Gone Driver. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if that's why I like TUGS so much, just because I created it. Make Theodore replicas, says Flying Scotsman 4472. I do really want to make an Emily, or a George, or a Foduck. I'm not exactly sure which. Either Emily or Foduck. I think it'll be Emily, but I'm not positive. But at some point, I really do want to do that. Yeah, I've been, this year I've been kind of doing something different each month. Like all of January, I was mainly working on a Roblox game with my friends, which was pretty cool. And then I got tired of that, and in February, I think I started working on really March mainly. In the second half of February and March, I started working on TUG stuff again. So now I've been doing that. So maybe an April thing will be Theodore, doing some sort of Theodore replica would be cool. I've gotten some good stuff done this year. I've made some really cool models, some of which you guys have not even seen. So that's good. Not a bad year so far, apart from all the horrific COVID stuff. But I think we all know that that's bad. What is it about the sight of a tugboat that I just think is so cool? Why? Why do I care? Why do I look at a boat and I'm like, yes, that's cool? But I look at it like a tree and I'm like, oh, that's a tree. Like, I don't care if it's a tree. But like a tugboat, I look at it and I'm like, yes, that's awesome. Like, why? What is the difference exactly? Why am I just drawn arbitrarily to certain things in my world and think they're very cool with no real reason? Could you do a yearly model showcase video of all your models from that year? Says Flying Scotsman 4472. That's interesting. That's an interesting question. I've never thought about that. I've thought about doing showcases before, but I always get overwhelmed because I'm like, I have so many models to do them with. But I could do like that with everything. The problem with that is most models that I make for a specific project. Like, I make them for a specific Thomas story I want to film. And then when I cancel that story, like, I don't want to like show everyone the models for it, because like that's not how they were meant to be seen, right? They were meant to be used as tools in the telling of that story. And then disappointingly, they're just a showpiece. It's just, oh, look at this cool model. And that's not really what I made them for, right? Like, that's the reason why I'm okay with showing off my TUGS models, because usually I just make them for their own sake. But with Thomas stuff, usually it's because I want to film something. And I never have any success with that. So
showing off my Thomas stuff, I'm a little bit more sensitive about that because, you know, it's not really being perceived the way I wanted it to. It's kind of like an admission of defeat if I show it to everybody not in a video, if or like not in a story, right? Not in an episode. You know, so that's for that reason it would be a little weird, but if I actually do manage to film some Thomas stuff this year, then it would be really cool to do like a joint video where I show everything I made this year all at once. That would be really cool, but only if I can effectively, you know, use all that stuff for its intended purpose. And, you know, for my TUGS models, they just exist for their own sake, really. You know, I just like making them. And, you know, that's kind of my problem. Is with Thomas, I always make models in order to produce a story. Whereas with TUGS, I just make models to make models. So, like, you know, it's not any easier to make Thomas models than it is to make TUGS models, but I have a different metric. With TUGS, it's, you know, Blue Nose himself is the accomplishment. Once I finish him, he's, you know, he's done. I did it, you know, mission accomplished. But if I'm making like a Henry or something for Thomas, then it's like, well, it's not finished until I have filmed several stories with him in them. And so that's the finished product. And that's a lot harder to do. So that's kind of the struggle. That's why I struggle so much to get my Thomas stuff out there. It's, you know, just kind of the way that I approach things, unfortunately. Okay. Let's see. I made Wellsworth and Ellsbridge, but when I came back from school, my brother had sat on it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Trey's Trains. For your TWR TUGS models, are you just getting the hardest models out of the way? Asked Thomas and Stepney Productions. No, I'm not. I'm most interested in the ones that are most complicated. You know, so like OJ and Top Hat are very different, so I've kind of gravitated towards them. But you know, I mean, they're all kind of the same difficulty. There aren't really any hard ones. I'm to the point where that's kind of true of most models I make. Is it's not like some are harder than others. Some may take a little bit longer, but they're not harder. The difficulty is kind of the same because it's all about breaking it down into steps, right? And some models have more steps than others, but each step is equal in difficulty. So, you know, instead of just having to make Top Hat's head, I also have to make that platform his head sits on. So that's another step, right? But it's not like his head is harder to make because it has that. I just kind of look at that as like a secondary step that most models don't have. So if you break it down that way, models are a lot less overwhelming. They're more, you know, it's a matter of how many steps do you have to take until the thing is done. Lemmy, some of my tape is starting to peel off. What should I do? Says the Old Iron Productions. Well, you need some sort of sealant, right? So if you paint everything, that will keep the tape on. If you put Mod Podge over everything, that'll keep it on. If you put putty over everything, that should help, depending on the putty. But yeah, tape will start to peel if you just leave it that way. I mean, you have to paint the thing in order to keep it, you know, sealed up. You know, so just, you know, some sort of sealant, right? You know, whatever that may be. Yeah, but you know, you can only leave it in like the kind of masking tape stage for so long. Like you're already starting to see that on my model, is that you can see kind of like some tape is like really is starting to like peel. You see that? And that's just how it goes, right? So you really just have to, you know, you have to be prepared for that, and you have to paint it within, you know. I mean, you can leave it sitting and the tape might peel, but you're just going to have to put it, you know, kind of smooth it back and then put more tape over it and then paint. So it's not like it's the end of the world if you leave your model sitting forever, but it will mean that you're going to have to kind of iron things out again once you return to it. very happy because I got the Hudson Hornet today in FH4 and I Doc Hudson the hell out of it, says Wangan Driver. I Doc Hudson the hell out of it. Ah, good man. Let's see. I have Trackmaster Scale 10 cents, Top Hat, and OJ already made, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. Oh, that's awesome. I really wonder how many. It would be really cool to make like a registry of every TUGS model ever made in this community. I think we might be able to do it, you know? How many are there? 1,000? 2,000? Some sort of enormous gallery. Lemmy, says Floating Vessels. Oh, what? What is it, Floating Vessels? And Will Politeski says, hey, Lemmy, I like your shirt. Thank you, Will. Matt got it for me. And that was back in, was that 2018? A while back. Yeah, but no, I do like this shirt a lot. A character gallery, perhaps? Says Steam Engines United 345. I don't know what that's a response to. He's not Tug, says Floating Vessels. Okay. Sam says, hey Lemmy, I will send you 3 images on Skype. Please debate which one you think is the one you want to be the W and S locos, the Waldsworth and Suttery locos. I don't think they're all the same class. I think they could all be different classes. So all 3, maybe. I don't know. All we know about the Waldsworth and Suttery locos for sure is that this is literally all we know about them. Firstly, there's 4 of them. Secondly, they're all 060s. And thirdly, we can roughly assume that because the Waldsworth and Suttery Railway began in like 1875 or something like that, that the engines are probably rather old, 1870s, 1880s, or not. I can't remember when. Roughly around the time the Waldsworth and Suttery started. I don't believe they ever used horse and cart, so they probably had steam engines from the get-go. So that probably will determine how old the engines are. But that's all we know about them. Wild Nor'Wester made up pretty much everything else. He made up that they're red. He changed all their wheel arrangements, and he had 3 instead of 4. So he literally changed everything. But, you know, God bless him, because he also brought the Waldsworth and Suttery engines into the public consciousness. And that's something that no one else was doing. So, bravo. Everyone forgets Grampus is part of the Starfleet. I don't. Grampus counts. Of course he's part of the Starfleet. Poor Grampus. They're going to blow me up today.
That is correct. But he's been a hero, he is, and you are going to blow him up? That's some kind of thanks.
Lemmy, did you forget that Bailey said if you don't do a stream with him, he would turn you into lemonade, says Cheeky Bluey 2. No, I didn't forget. I'm still planning on doing that, but I'm waiting for his message. So if he doesn't respond to me, then he'll turn himself into lemonade, I think. All right, so again, back here is the iffy part, is having to do this, you basically just cut the strips to be a lot smaller here, like, a lot more frequent. So that way, it's basically like if you want to turn a hexagon into a circle, you turn it into an octagon, and then you turn it into a decagon, and then you turn it into a dodecagon, and then you turn it into a, so on and so forth, until eventually it has so many sides that you can't even tell it's a circle. And that's, or you can't even tell that it's not a circle. And that's what I do here. I just like, when I want to create a curve, I just give it a lot more sides. So you can think of these little patches as each being kind of a side to that half circle, which is the back of the stern. This is how addicted Lemmy is to Tugs. You ask him what color is 10 cents, he won't just say yellow. He'll give you the backstory to that color yellow, says Jay. I don't think I can give the backstory to 10 cents is yellow. The most in-depth I can go on that is that he was originally going to be in timber kind of cladding all over, and they decided against that. But if I could, I would. I have made my new layout for my second series coming soon, says Sean Walden, Trey's Trains. Very cool. Lemmy, who should I make next for my tugs, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. Let's see, if I remember correctly, you said you've already made Top Hat, 10 Cents OJ, something? I'm not exactly sure who. I can tell you who I would say are the most important characters to have are Top Hat, 10 Cent Sunshine, Zoran. I think you could do a lot with those three. Maybe OJ. It's interesting that it blew my mind. I don't know if this was MK the Instrumentalist or not. I can't remember. But the theory that Zip was the one who was supposed to run into Sunshine in the first episode. Like, that was very convincing. I'm pretty sure that was what the intention was. And that's weird because it kind of frames the first episode as like Zoran teaching Zip how to be devious, which makes sense given the lines that Zip has in the final episode. It's like the whole thing is kind of about Zip learning how to be devious. And it's kind of him being kind of rolled into the fray. And so, in that sense, I could see Zip also being a good one to make. It's like, if you have Zoran and Zip. Sunshine is next, then, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Lemony, who is the most underrated Tugs character, says Will Thomas 199. What is that? What is that typing? Who's the most underrated? Maybe Burke and Blair. Burke and Blair might be my favorite characters in the whole show. I really like them. They're really good. They're such creeps. And they're like, I think you can tell a lot about David Mitten's political views based on what he wrote for Tugs. And I don't know if he wrote Quarantine or not. Maybe he didn't. But the general culture of what was in Tugs, think about it. He shows a real disdain for the Navy and the military. And just paints Blue Nose as this total naval twit who's just, on his high horse and has way too much power. Also I feel like there's a lot of other examples like this too. Like we know that David Mitten was a pacifist. I'm pretty sure. He definitely loved animals. He was seems to me he was like a real, his values were quite, I don't want to put any label on him, but it seems like he had a lot more liberal leaning values. And you see that in Tugs. Like, how did I get on this? There was a really good example of this that just, Burke and Blair are like the only real businessmen we see in the show. And technically the Tugs are all, they're all that as well, but they're more, the focus on them is more than providing a service for the boats that come in and out of the port. Whereas like the two actual bowler hat businessmen are basically these like traitorous kind of murdering, just dangerous characters, who will literally scrap other boats if it means turning a profit. It's very heavy-handed the way TUGS kind of treats like certain types of person, and that's interesting. It generally seems like TUGS didn't TUGS had a lot of commentary, a surprising amount of commentary that kind of was political on some level. And Burke and Blair are interesting because I feel like they're opportunists. They're kind of, I get the sense that in the TUGS universe, TUGS are really that their lives don't mean very much. They don't really matter all that much. Like, even though they are quite literally they might as well be people. They're treated like second-class citizens. Like, they're just willing to just blow Grampus up like it's no big deal. Both captains can, constantly, threaten to sink their TUGS or scrap them like it's not a big deal. In Thomas, that makes sense because they really are just trains, right? We may be viewing them through like kind of a very charming personified lens, but at the end of the day, they really are trains. But in TUGS, they earn wages and they have total self-control, and that's a totally different situation. And it's interesting because it seems to me that if you want any power in TUGS society, it's kill or be killed. It's either you are at the mercy of a captain who can scrap you, or you go around scrapping other TUGS, and that allows you to profit enough that you can then sustain your own business, and then you're safe and free from that tyranny. But at the same time, you're also a murderer, right? I mean, it's like that's how Burke and Blair are. They've turned on all of their fellow TUGS and are scrapping them. But they're the only ones we really see running their own business, aren't they? They don't have a captain. They're just, look at the insignia on their funnels. B&B, Burke and Blair. It's literally them. Their company is them, right? They own it. They run it. They don't have any humans that they are beholden to. And that's very interesting because those, out of all characters, are the ones that are kind of free from human interference, are the ones that have had to resort to killing other boats. So it really is, life is cheap in TUGS, and it's really quite unsettling. Or you'd be really unlucky and then get turned into a houseboat, says Redding 3640 Studios. Will says Captain Star literally threatened to scrap 10 cents in sunshine. I read that as Terrence and Sunshine. I wanted Terrence get involved. But yeah, he literally threatened that. Like, I'm thinking about making like a video essay on this. Is that like, I don't really like Captain Star. I don't think he's an admirable person. He's like, here's the weird thing is that Captain Star is like, I know that Captain Zero is really verbally abusive to his TUGS, but he doesn't ever actually seriously consider killing any of them, does he? He doesn't ever consider scrapping them. He may threaten things, but he doesn't ever come close to making that decision. But, like, Captain Star was quite close to killing OJ. He was, like, okay with just scrapping him, just selling him for scrap. And he's threatened that to 10 Cents in Sunshine before. And it's like, what kind of person does that? Like, he really is, he's not the Fat Controller. He's the opposite of the Fat Controller. Because the Fat Controller, despite the fact that his machines aren't really people, they really are machines, he still defends them quite adamantly because he believes that they're important and valuable. And he's very admirable for that reason. He takes on, the system. He takes on the man. He is this small cog in the larger system of British railways. He doesn't, especially when you get to the 50s and 60s, his railway is really only a region of the greater British Railways Company. His steam engines are in great jeopardy, and he still stands up for them and risks his own reputation, risks going against higher management to protect his engines. Captain Star, on the other hand, is doing great, is very profitable, and yet he's still threatening to kill his TUGS. What a creep. Like, I'm sorry, that's not okay. Like, at least Captain Zero isn't like that. Sure, Captain Zero's a terribly incompetent businessman, and he's also like quite verbally abusive, but I don't think he ever actually presents a real mortal threat to his TUGS. I don't think he's ever like that. And that's, I think, something very interesting about Tugs that I'd love to write about, is the fact that it seems like on the surface, the Starfleet is a lot more presentable and nice and friendly. But under the surface, I think the Z stacks are more humane, are more understanding and empathetic. Even though they're really rude and brash and kind of assholes, like, you know, they're at least they don't do the worst things, right? Whereas the Starfleet is very polite and kind-hearted until it gets in the way of business. At which point your life is threatened. So, you know, it is interesting the way that works.
I would love a video essay on Captain Star, says Will Thomas.
Yeah, I would love to make a video like that. I probably will at some point.
Let's see, Lemmy in my series, the Tugs only survive because of Captain Star's death, says Sam.
All right. Well, I'm glad they survived. Good for them. Captain Star had to go.
Lemmy, I'll buy your OJ for a quick sale for $150, says Wong Gun Driver.
I will not give you a tow, Jay. I'm sorry to say. $100 just to get into port. That seems like a lot, but also a little. I mean, it was the 20s, so that's probably a lot more. But I guess, I don't know. It's interesting how that works.
Let's see. I have a theory where Top Hat is, says Thomas and Stepney Productions.
All right, shoot. While you're typing out your theory, let me give you mine. I don't know exactly where Top Hat is, but I'm not going to guess who has him. But I will say that he still exists. I don't think that he has been trashed or thrown out. And the reason for that is the fact that there's no reason that he would be and all the others wouldn't be. Like, I believe, there's one thing that I firmly believe, and that is that Top Hat, when the models were rescued from Shepperton, which I believe happened in like 2008, around there, when everything was basically about to be thrown out, all the Tugs stuff, and a lot of it was, I think. However, the Tugs themselves were rescued by I think the guy who rescued them was like on the board at Shepperton Studios. The board of what? I don't know, but the board. And he thought it was a shame that those models were going to be trashed. So he literally just, he took all of them, put them in his car, and kept them in his house for years. So what a hero. Like, that guy saved the models single-handedly. That is the equivalent of, I mean, that really is, you know, that wasn't his job. His job, you know, was to manage, you know, help manage Shepperton Studios. And instead, he went out of his way to preserve something beautiful. So good on him. So he saved all the models, the 18 or so that we have now, that the Trust has. And he then kept them in his house for a while. And then he sold them, I believe, to another guy who was planning to restore them all as a retirement project. But then that guy, his circumstances changed, and so he had to sell them again, and he sold them to the Trust. So, all that being said, let's go back to the guy on the board at Shepperton. He saved 18 models. Would he really have left the 19th? Would he really have seen these 18 wooden boxes all in the same place? And he's like, I don't have room for this 19th one. I'm just going to leave it. No. Why would he do that? If you go out, he had to have taken trips. Let's be clear. So if he went out of his way to rescue 18 enormous boxes, he would have taken the 19th. Come on, you don't quit then. I understand him leaving the stuff that was like in bins. I understand leaving the stuff that like isn't in a nice wooden box, because that's like a different type of thing, right? But he wouldn't have just left one of the boxes. If Top Hat were there along with the other models, he would have taken them. So we know that. I would say. I'm confident in the fact that Top Hat. I'm confident in the fact that Top Hat, if he was with the other models at the time of that board member discovering him, he would have been taken with the others. We also know that he wasn't. We know that he isn't with the others. So that leads me to believe that he wasn't with the others by that point. That for whatever reason, prior to 2008, prior to the models being liquidated, Top Hat was separated from the rest of the cast. So that is promising to me, because that would mean, so either he was lost somewhere, which means that he wasn't trashed, but instead, like, I feel like if Top Hat's been destroyed, that was an active effort, right? It's like throwing out Mighty Mo and Little Ditcher and all the other kind of miscellaneous characters. That's like, if that happened, that's what Top Hat being destroyed would look like. But if he was separated from the rest of the cast, who were all carefully preserved, somebody must have taken Top Hat deliberately. And if they took him deliberately, they did it for good reason. They did it because they wanted him, which means that he probably still exists today somewhere. We don't know where he is, but if he was separated from the rest of the cast on purpose because someone wanted him, then odds are he still exists, right? Because the number one thing that would destroy Top Hat's model, that would make it end up in a landfill somewhere, is apathy for the entire cast of characters. But that apathy wasn't there, because as we know, a lot of them were rescued. Most of them. The only one that's missing pretty much is Top Hat. The only one that would have been in a wooden case is Top Hat. So that tells me that he probably still exists. Unless some freak accident happened, like he got separated from them in shipping or something, and then it ended up somewhere. But, you know, I don't know where he is, but I am pretty confident that he wasn't intentionally thrown into a landfill. I don't think that happened, because, like, why, if whatever would have happened to him would have happened to the others. And the fact that it's Top Hat specifically who's missing, probably, if you were going to pick, I think most people, even people who aren't big TUGS fans, even people working on the show, or even just regular old executives who could come into possession of the models, I feel like no matter who you are, you're going to take the really cool boat with the head that bobs up and down that has a monocle and a top hat, right? Like, of course you're going to take that one. So I have a feeling that Top Hat still exists somewhere. Somebody who was in a position to take him in between 1990 and 2008 took him. I don't know why. I don't know where he went, but I think that he still exists. Maybe in bad condition, maybe in an attic, I don't know, but I don't think he's been thrown out. I think he is probably still somewhere, because he wouldn't have been separated if he wasn't considered valuable. So that's my theory on him. Who took him is the question, but you know, I do think that he still exists. All right, so let's see what your theory is, Thomas and Stepney Productions. Top Hat is somewhere in Japan, and the reason is because look at the Takara models of models. All of them have their happy faces, except Top Hat. He has his shocked face, and that is the one missing face. Okay, that's a really good theory. I didn't even think about that. So I don't think that Top Hat is. I don't think that he's in Japan. I don't think they would have sent him all the way to Japan just so they could make models of him. I think they would have sent reference images. But I will say, I don't know where these pictures came from, but I was shocked to look on the wiki a few weeks ago and see that there's all these black and white photos of the TUGS models out of the water, like reference pictures. And he's wearing a shocked face in that photo. And so that would lead me to believe that, you know, that's probably, I would say those pictures were probably taken after production. And I'd say that there's probably reference pictures of Top Hat from right after production. Probably side views and front views and everything. And I would say that those are probably what were sent out to all the merchandising people. So that being said, I think that there's, like, Top Hat wearing that expression right now wherever he is definitely linked to the Takara model having a shocked expression. But I think it's because of the pictures taken right after production where Top Hat was wearing it that were then sent to Japan. I don't think it's because literally Top Hat himself was sent to Japan. So I agree with part of that, though. That is a very interesting thought.
Let's see. I believe that the company bought Top Hat to make the toy, and then the company owner kept him and is still in Japan, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't. So they wouldn't make Tugs merchandise if they didn't think that the show was going to continue. So they wouldn't have bought Top Hat because they were going to need it for the second season. So, you know, I think I don't think Top Hat was sent anywhere. I think it's possible that I don't know how much truth there is to the idea that the Tugs models were shipped, that some of them were shipped to Canada for Magic Railroad. But if that's true, Top Hat was almost certainly among them because, of course, if you're going to pick someone, it's probably going to be 10 cents, Sunshine, Top Hat, and Zoran, something along those lines. So he could have gone missing in Canada, but I don't know. Let's see. MK the Instrumentalist said Top Hat was taken to some gala in 1991 or 1992. He was stolen. I might be wrong. That's what MK said. I don't know. I've heard about that theory before. I think that was called Tugs Day. Yeah, I don't know. If it was only if we can confirm that it was only Top Hat who was sent to that gala, then that would make that would almost confirm that that's what happened. Because again, like I was saying, you know, there had to have been a special reason why Top Hat was separated from the rest of the cast in between 1989 and 2008. And if he went missing at an event which only had Top Hat at it in 1991, that is a pretty dead ringer for for what happened. So if that's true, if that can be confirmed, then could very well be the case. But also, how do you begin to find a model like that? If only it might just be in someone's attic somewhere. But also, who steals something like that? What a weird thing to steal. Like, I don't know. We're talking about Top Hat, but what about Grampus, says Thomas and Stepney Productions. Grampus isn't as important. I like Grampus, but I don't know for sure if Grampus was in one of the wooden storage boxes or not. And to me, that tells me Grampus could have easily been thrown out with the rest of the miscellaneous characters, right? I feel like what happened was this. There's 3 camps of character. There's the 18 tugs that were saved by the guy on the board at Shepperton. Then there's the models that went on to Thomas, which then went on to be stored with the Thomas models. And Thomas, of course, was very well known. The models have all been preserved in some level of quality. And the show continued on up until for quite some time, right? So, for that reason, those models are all safe, albeit, modified. And then there's the rest, which I think were thrown out. I think Little Ditcher, Mighty Mo, Scuttlebutt Pete, a lot of the Shrimpers, not all of them. Some of them made it on to Thomas, but probably Johnny Cuba, probably the major buildings like Captain Star's building and Captain Zero's building, those sorts of things. Those are probably all trashed, I would guess. And, so those are the 3 camps, I think. And I think that Grampus falls into the 3rd camp. I think that Grampus didn't have an eye mechanism. He was fairly simplistic. He wasn't much more complicated he wasn't very complicated at all. He's, about as complicated as the Coast Guard. And I would say that the Coast Guard, the only reason he survived in any form is because he went with the Thomas models. Grampus probably didn't. Sky is falling. So, yeah, I would say that Grampus is probably gone, if I had to guess. If someone can confirm that he had a storage box, then I'd feel totally differently. I think he's in a similar position to Top Hat. But I don't think he did. I think, Top Hat's the only one that's really weird, because Top Hat, undeniably, I don't need to see the box to know that he had to have had one.
Like they would have put him in one, just like they did with Big Mac and Warrior and everyone else who was almost identical to him in terms of dimensions. Let's see. Isham Mawagi, I hope I pronounced that right, says, "Hey Lemmy, do you know Totally Thomastown?" Yes, isn't that the website? Isn't that one of those Thomas websites that sells stuff? I believe I got some stuff from there when I was younger. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Sam said he could have bashed into some barges or dropped. That passed out of my view. However, I am imagining that it's a clever parody of Big World Big Adventures' song at the beginning, except for where's Top Hat instead of where's Thomas. Let's see. So has Lemmy checked this stream's chat yet? Asks Dax. I don't know, Dax. Have you showed up yet? You've been absent the whole time, buddy. So you haven't checked the stream in 2.5 hours. I've been reading the chat, and you just haven't been here. It's really quite annoying, I have to say. It's it's just seems like you're not really paying attention. I have to be honest. Let's see. Does anyone here know Totally Thomastown? I've already answered this question. He's done much better this stream, says Steam Engines United. Much better. I love how you guys think you're entitled to me reading your comments. Like, you're really not. You have to realize that. I'm reading your comments because they amuse me. And it's you have interesting stuff to say, don't get me wrong. But, like, it's not like, oh, my poor viewers, I'm neglecting them. Like, I don't owe you anything. It's like he's done much better. He's improved a lot since last time. We've whipped him into shape. Good job, fellas. Let's see. Lemmy, do you know if Milk Tanker Media will ever make videos again? Your guess is as good as mine. I do know that what he has produced already, though, is enough for a lifetime, and it's quite masterful and quite inspirational. Does anybody know of Totally Thomastown? Totally. Okay. Lemmy hasn't offered beverages yet. Shake my head. Oh my god. All right, I'm about to finish the Splashrails. Then the V-shaped ones will come next. Hey, Lemmy, are you going to send me that PDF of the iOS book? Asks Sam. Yeah, I saw your message earlier, Sam. Could have sworn I sent it to you already. Yeah, I'll send it to you later. I'll try to remember. I'll send you reading between the lines as well. I'll try to send that to as many people as possible. Please spread it around to anybody who's interested, Sam. I don't know who originally scanned the book, but God bless them. Now we're fiendishly and rebelliously spreading it across the entire community illegally. But come on. The iOS book is like the Bible of Railway Series fans. Like, we have to, gotta spread it around. When Lemmy doesn't even finish Gauge 1 Fergus, says Dax. I made that in like a day. Like, it's a bug on my radar. It's not a major project of mine. But to you, Dax, it's such a big thing. It's just like, oh, come on. Why didn't you finish that? It's like, because I got better things to do.
Then maybe you hold. I assume that means should. Then maybe you should let me finish it, Big Cheese.
I can send it to you. We'll see what you do. Yeah, but probably not. It's too much work. I do fear, Dax, that if I sent you something of that nature, you might brag about it.
I would imagine Lemmy is the kind of guy to casually approach people at the supermarket and ask them for beard grooming tips.
If I weren't afraid of making them uncomfortable, I would not be against doing that. It certainly wouldn't make me uncomfortable. Okay, that's pretty much does it. Oh, that's so cool.
All right, look at that. So we've got our splash rails all along the way.
Now, I think I'm gonna. I really resent this part, but I'm going to have to fill the gap right there. You know, like I did on the other side. So, do what I did last time. This is the first time actually I need cardboard.
How are you so good at doing this? Asks Scottish Twin Productions.
I assume you're talking to me. A lot of practice. I've been making TUGS models a very long time, and I really love doing it, so I did it a lot. That's the thing. If you want to get really good at something, make sure it's something that you love. Because the more you love it, the better you'll get at it. Because the more you will feel inclined to practice it. Basically just took a strip of cardboard and I just rolled it up, more like I folded it up, on top of itself many times, like that. And then I'm just gonna cut the top of it into a curve like that. And then I'm gonna try to kind of cram it into slop. It's like really, really sloppy. This is like very messy solution to filling a gap. Aluminum foil would be a lot better for this, but I did not cite that as one of the materials, and probably better for me to just use cardboard. But aluminum foil or clay, they're both really good for filling weird areas. Right.
See how that kind of fits in there like that?
It's very crammed, but it fills the gap.
I have been thinking how hard it is to find a white face. I'm going to ask YouTubers how many white faces a YouTuber has and write it down and see how many there are altogether and other rear sets, says Sean Walden, Trey's Trains.
I believe that a few years ago, Multi-Green Thunder made a whiteface registry. It's pretty out of date, not all-encompassing, but it was pretty cool. That'll give you a head start if you can find it. But everyone cares a lot about the whiteface. I think a whole lot.
There's already a wiki page with a details list of all the known whitefaces. Oh, nice, Dax. The master of the lemons is not here to promote your stuff. He is here to build boats, says Will Thomas 199.
I'm here to do both. I'm not here to promote anyone's stuff, but I'm not against it either.
I don't have any hard policy on that, though I do think if anyone's trying to promote through me,
they should certainly question their advertising professional. Oh, yes. This is a fine boat. It really is.
Look at that. Isn't that great? Like before, it was looking a little like unbalanced because one side had this thick splash rail and the other didn't. But now, that's like very uniform. Don't you just love that? This is what I love about tugboats. They look good from every angle. The only angle they don't look good from is like up here, because you can't like see anything. You can just barely see like the head in the funnel. But every other angle, from this angle it looks good. This angle it feels so wide, especially when it's in the water. Look at that. Look at like just how the stern just juts out like that. Just the kind of how bold that shape is. How kind of unwieldy. How like it makes the whole boat feel like a really kind of huge, cumbersome object that can really bump into things. Yeah, I love this. And again, I'm just so glad that the deck is separate. Because in all my other models, it hasn't been. Like it's so much more complicated to make the model when you can't take the deck out. You can take this one out.
Lemmy, what genres of music do you like? Asks Paul Morgan.
All of them, really. I don't think I'm beholden to a specific genre. I think I like all of them. All over the place. Right now, I'm listening to Schaefer James a lot. If anyone's ever heard of Schaefer James, he's really good. And also discovered Alicia Eagle, I think is her name, and a few others. Blue Kid. I don't know what what her real name is, but that's what she goes by. Those three I've been listening to on and off for the last few weeks, and they're really good. I really like Counterfeit Arcade by Schaefer James, and I can't remember the album names of basically. I forget the names of albums, but I know there's specific songs I listen to over and over and over and over again. It's very morbid, but the Dismemberment song by Blue Kid is shockingly catchy.
Oh, there's Matt again. Blue Tender Engine says, just been watching some amazing sci-fi models recently discovered from the world of Jerry Anderson on auction, Lemmy.
Oh wow. That's really cool when models go on auction. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's cool because you finally get to see them, but it's also very concerning because they might disappear into the hands of private collectors forever. But that's really cool. It's been a while since we had anything like that for TUGS. Does anyone remember back when originally, before even we found out that the models still existed, when the faces went on auction on eBay? That blows my mind because they sold for like £500, I want to say, which is like, that's like a less than $1,000 in US currency. Like, I mean, I could have gotten them. Like, if I really, really, really splurged and like poured everything into it, I could have gotten a box of TUGS faces. That's nuts. How cheap that is. Like how compared to like getting like a Thomas model from the show, like that would be a fortune. No one could ever, expect to get that. But compared to that, spending $1,000, there are people who spend $500 on a white face. Like, that's crazy. If you just didn't buy anything for 2 years, you could buy a set of TUGS faces. That's nuts. And I thought about it. I went back and forth on that a lot when they were up. But I was young. I was like 12 years old. So I was just thinking of different avenues. It's like, well, I mean, I need to get help from family members. But like, that's just crazy. They sold for so little, and just random people have them. I know that the guy who has OJ's faces, guy or girl or other, brought the OJ faces to the trust, but only 4 of them for some reason. I don't know where the rest are. The person who has the Big Mac faces constantly brings them to events, or at least used to bring them to events. That's really nice to see Big Mac with his proper faces again. It's very lucky that the trust got the Top Hat case, because one, it's nice to have a representation of Top Hat, but 2, it allowed them to turn Boomer back into the old man, which is really great. So it was probably the best case for them to have. Grampus as well, I believe, was in there, so that's good too. His faces. And then I don't know what happened to Zebedee and Issy Gomez's faces. They kind of disappeared. They went somewhere. I don't know where. But I did see pictures of the person who acquired them at some point. I feel like there were... I went crazy when I saw this. Like, they posted pictures on... I found them on Google Images. This was like 2013 or something, so I at least know they still exist. That's nice. So that's OJ's case, Big Mac's case, Top Hat's case, and Zebedee's case. Zebedee's really the only one who's not accounted for, which is interesting. But yeah, that's crazy that was the case.
Hey, I only spent $450, $480 with tax and shipping, says Dax. I wasn't talking about you, Dax. You're feeling defensive, Dax? It seems like you're feeling a little defensive. It's okay. It's all right. If you want to buy a white face for $500, then you can. It's okay. I wouldn't do it, but it's not wrong. It's sad how that happens with auctions. You never know where they go as they go to private collectors. It says Blue Tender Engine. Yeah, I know. It's losing Peter Sam. Peter Sam's model off of Vectis. That's tragic. Well, because we have no idea what happened to him. What a shame.
Broken up. What a shame. Broken up. What a shame.
Yes, very defensive, says Dax. I need Duncan props, says Will Thomas. Will Thomas says that means Top Hat is somewhere without his case. What means that? Sam asks, Lemmy, what models from your old series do you still have? I have all the engines. I trashed all the buildings. They took up too much space. I think the Trust has the faces now, says Will. So, Will, what do you mean by Top Hat's out of his box? That means Top Hat is somewhere without his case. Without his case, as in without his faces? As in, are you saying like the person, whoever owns Top Hat, longs to have the alternate expressions and doesn't have them in the very same way that the Trust longs to have Top Hat but has the expressions? That's interesting. What drives me crazy is there's a right answer, right? There is an answer to wherever Top Hat is, right? We know for a fact there's got to be, he has to be somewhere. He can't be nowhere. So we know there is a right answer, and there's probably someone out there, or even multiple people who know the answer and don't realize the answer is so valuable. Because he's somewhere, right? I'm gonna let me do something right now. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna look straight ahead and then so I just looked in Top Hat's direction. I don't know which one of those it was, but at some point I looked straight towards wherever Top Hat is in the world. He's somewhere. We just don't know where. And maybe we never will. Ugh. Lemmy, how about a challenge? How many Thomas's whistles can you make? What? That's Trey's Trains. What? How many Thomas's whistles? Or wheels? Or I don't know. He's not dead, he's just missing, says Carl Matthews 8. Yes, that's a good way to look at it. All right, so I think I'm going to add the, kind of clean this up a little bit. I'm going to do the thing where I line it off with masking tape. Look at how much sharper that's looking already. That's nice. Narrators saying poop poop or peep peep for whistles personally annoys me so much, says Carl Matthews 8. It doesn't annoy me because I think, I don't know, because I think it helps tie in the fact that the engines
their speech really is whistling and steam sounds. Like that really is how they talk. Like it's kind of translated for the audience into speech that it's translated into English, but their language is steam sounds. And I think the show makes that quite clear by having Gordon say poop poop. It's like it's basically the same thing. Like it's not like they're literally saying poop poop. Like they're not literally saying anything. They're literally whistling and stuff. But that kind of is a nice intermediary between talking and whistling to kind of indicate that that's kind of their version of speech. So I like it for that reason.
I would love to own the dentist prop. I know you would, Matt. I'm sure you would.
Oh my god. You remember all those years ago when I was working on that dentist, the O-gauge one? Those were good times. We haven't talked in ages. We really ought to talk again.
Have you seen Luke Ryan's video on the Mid-Sodor? It turns out that the other red tank engine in the engine box was a spare model of Albert as a red tank engine.
Spare model of Albert. It's a totally different engine, though. I don't know. I assume that video is where the pictures of Alfred and Atlas came from. I knew there was an engine called Alfred. I knew that there were two Mines engines. I guess they're not Mines engines. I don't know. It was always dubious. I remember this information all the way back on Real Lives with Thomas the Tank Engine. If anyone remembers that site, years ago, it was this really exciting thing, right? The idea that there were Mid-Sodor engines on Audrey's layout that we didn't know about was groundbreaking and very exciting. And a lot of names were thrown around. We have those very old pictures of, the models in that styrofoam carrying case. With the names scribbled on there. And along with those, I don't remember how we found out about this, but I've known about an Alfred for years. I never knew. I couldn't find the source, though. I couldn't find where that was first described. But I knew about Alfred a long time ago. And it's cool to actually see an engine with that written on there. It's very surreal. And it makes sense that they're like American Baldwin engines, because that's kind of what Stanley is. It seems like that's the Mid-Sodor's practice.
Let's see. Would you ever consider making a tug with two what guises? Like two interchangeable characters?
Oh yeah, two guises. Depends on what you mean by that, because most tugs you can't do that with easily. Like, if I were to say make Sea Rogue interchangeable with Blue Nose, I would have to literally repaint him every time. But I have thought about that, like say with these models, is like the hull is pretty much identical between all the 6 Harbor tugs that have it. Fire Tug is a different color, and some of them have white kind of wave breakers instead of black ones. But pretty much they're the same if you change out the nameplate. And so what I could do is make 2 hulls, one with white wave breakers, one with black, but then make the body of like the 6 models and then interchange them. I don't think I want to do that just because it feels lazy. I don't want to like have half a model lying around. It's kind of weird. But I could. I've thought about it. I do much prefer to make a full model though. Like I want to give every single tug their own full form and hull and everything.
You know this thing, Lemmy, where people on Twitter would buy merchandise based on their favorite character?
Yes, I'm quite aware, Matt. I think far beyond Twitter as well. I mean, that's people have that tendency. They'll just go and collect a whole collection. I remember that was your plan for well, I don't want to spoil all of your grand schemes in the middle of my stream, but I remember who it was about. I remember the metallic one being especially difficult.
Let's see, where are we? I just got back from dinner, says Flying Scotsman 4472. I'm doing it on Dennis, says Matt. Says Blue Tender Engine.
That's a good choice. That's probably pretty doable. I mean, there's not too many Dennises. Denai. How many? What is the plural of Dennis? Yeah, but you've always had a passion for Dennis. You've got good reason to as well.
Let's see. You know, Tugs has good characters when you change who your favorite one is each time you watch it.
Yeah, that's Carl Matthews 8 who said that, and I quite agree. Yeah, it's hard to choose a favorite Tugs character, and it's also hard to pin down a main character because there really isn't one. I mean, 10 Cents kind of is, but it does jump around a lot more than Thomas did. But it's interesting because, you know, we it's not like Thomas and Tugs are both weird when it comes to main characters. Because most shows, we complain about how Thomas is at the center of everything in the show, but he's really not. There shouldn't be any episodes that aren't like about Thomas and furthering his story. Like, that's the thing. Most shows are like that. They have a protagonist, and every single episode is about building up that protagonist. Thomas isn't that way. Mainly because there isn't really much character development anyway. And that's not a bad thing, but it's like, it's not like they structure the season by teaching Thomas something throughout the entire season until eventually he puts it to use in the final episode. That's not how they write the show. It's just a bunch of isolated stories. And, you know, in that way, Thomas doesn't really have a main character either. If you called Thomas and Friends just the Railway series, and that was what the show was called, then I don't think you'd be able to tell that Thomas was the main character. You know, if you maybe made Edward and Gordon the first episode instead of, you know, Thomas and Gordon, I feel like it would be very difficult to tell. You'd probably say Edward was, but it would be the same kind of dubious understanding as we have with Tugs, where it would be like, well, Edward's kind of the main character, but he doesn't really, you know, no, there isn't really a main character.
I think the Star Tugs and Zed Stacks Pier shouldn't be as close together as they are. I always found it weird when Mr. Zorro would be shouting his scheme and the Star Tugs are literally right next to him, says Carl Matthews 8. I think that's the joke, though. I think it's supposed to be funny. Like, you can literally, I always loved how you can literally see the flags and stacks of the other Tugs over the wall. Like, it's so obvious they're right there. They can hear everything. And they're still trying to be sneaky about it. Like, I think that's supposed to be humorous, how close together they are, despite the fact that they really don't want to be.
I read an analysis on Twitter by MK the Instrumentalist that apparently he posted quite some time ago. But I just recognized it a week ago. I just noticed it for the first time, and it gave a really good case as to why the dock right next to the Star Tugs on the other side, like in between, basically on the other side from where the Z-Stacks dock is, the right side of the Star dock, is the dock next to it. If you're leaving the Star dock, on your right is the Naval dock, which is interesting because I never looked at it that way, but he makes a really good case for why that's the case. Which means Bluenose is living right next to the Starfleet. I don't know how I feel about that. Hi, Lemmy, I have returned, says the Scottish Twins. Hello, the Scottish Twins. So I think I'll probably achieve what I intend to achieve today. I still haven't started the V-shaped Splashrails. I may keep going until 5 instead of 4. Because... Or 6 instead of... What was I going to say? No, I may keep going until 7 instead of 6. Maybe. We'll see. I have no idea what time it is right now. I think it's 5:12. 5:29. All right. Pretty close. Yeah, so I think I'll keep going for like another hour. And I will hopefully get the V-shaped Splashrails at the front done. Because that's the last thing I need structurally before I start puttying. It'd be nice to have that done and out of the way. I would like to remark that this is feeling a lot more rigid and a lot heavier now that I've added the Splashrails and beefed them up and everything. Like, it's starting to feel quite robust.
An episode with Winds and Hercules would be interesting. I imagine that's supposed to say Bluenose, and that's Will Thomas.
That would be interesting. It's interesting because it would have to go... It would kind of have to come before Munitions. Because am I the only one who thinks Bluenose, his mind is permanently shot after Munitions? Like, I think that's the end of his story. I think he's in some sort of the equivalent of like a what do you call it? Not like an asylum, but like a one of those dreadful places where they put people who have mental problems. That's like especially in the 20s, I feel like that's where they would stick Bluenose. They put him in the dockside full of boats that are all have some sort of problem or dementia, or they have some sort of schizophrenia or whatever. Which today they would be treated much better, but back then they just kind of stick them there out of view of society. I feel like Bluenose would just be there, just kind of freaking out all the time, just like never really recovering. And then at some point, like the Star Tugs would have to go. Like I imagine maybe when World War II breaks out, they would like need Bluenose's strategy advice. That's like the one thing he's good at. So they go and talk to him for the first time in like 20 years, and he's just in this asylum, still just mentally shot. And they have to try and get through to him, but like he's just not responding because he's just still got his PTSD, like really debilitating PTSD from Munitions. That's how I imagine Bluenose being. Like I don't think he ever gets over his shell shock. I feel like he just snaps like after that, and he just spends the rest of his life in some sort of home.
Solitary confinement, says Scottish Twin Productions. Mental hospital, says Will. Thank you. Not solitary confinement. He's not being imprisoned.
I wonder if I would like seeing the models in person or if I would not like it. Like, once I'd seen them, would it just ruin my own models for me? Like, would I just totally be like, oh my god, I'll never be able to measure up to this, and then I'll snap like Blue Nose? Or will I mean, I'm sure it would be amazing. I'm sure I would love it. But there is that part of me that wonders, well, is one of the big driving forces for me making these models the fact that I can't have them? You know, is the fact that I want to experience them firsthand, but I can't, so I make them instead. If I then experience them firsthand, there's no longer anything to learn from making these. It's just, I've done it. I've seen them already. You know, that's that. So I do wonder if it would be better not to ever see the models in person. You know, it is something to think about. Because then all of a sudden there's a lot of guesswork that's just out the window. Now it's not on me to figure it out anymore because I know it all. I can be certain because I've seen the thing for myself. There's no ambiguity left. There's no, ooh, this looks closer. I can't believe I cracked it. I figured out what the shape of the hole is. Like, no, now it's just, I know exactly what the hole is shaped like, and there's no puzzle. And, you know, that would be a little sad. So I don't know. I really don't know. Right now, I'm just kind of like taping all over the hole. Anywhere that I see like kind of a dent or divot that really shouldn't be there, I just kind of tape right over it. I'm gonna take one of these thick tape pieces. And I'm gonna, like, you see that like that dent right there? I'm just gonna like put that right in there to kind of bridge that gap. There we go. I got rid of it.
Is it just me, or is it odd that Theodore, compared to Tugs, showed more dead and sunken ships? That's interesting. It did, but probably because of length. You know, probably because it ran for so long. Like, you know, it's not totally fair to compare them. Carl Matthews 8 says, JC, they can't hold Johnny Cuba, Captain Star. The authorities did hold Johnny Cuba. I don't know why, but I find that part so funny. It's really funny. Like, it's a really good joke. Because it's like, just immediately after he's like, Johnny Cuba is so confident. He's just like, you know, oh, I can get out of this. No, don't you worry about it. And then then they take him to jail. Like, he convinces you the whole story that he's an imposing villain, and he is. But then the last time he does it, it's pathetic. It's like, oh, never mind. He's actually, they could hold him. We made a miscalculation. So that's pretty funny. Am I the only one who thinks that Big City Port takes the place of New York Harbor? And furthermore, that Big City takes the place of New York? Like, I don't think Big City is another harbor that rivals New York Harbor. I think that it is its own, like, it is that universe's version of New York Harbor. I don't think it's San Francisco, because just the energy isn't right. Like, you know, the fact that they've got, like, a mafia, essentially. The fact that they have, like, you know, I know that the bridges look a bit like the Golden Gate, but other than that, I think it's pretty much, it pretty clearly feels to me like it's on the East Coast.
Also, if you want to get really technical, then I believe the sun sets over land and it rises over the sea, which makes sense because that would imply that we are on the East Coast.
They did say it was the biggest harbor in the world. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Carl Matthews, is that
I think it's really supposed to be a huge deal, right? So, it's that, and notice they say that at the very beginning of the show. They don't hold back. They're like, this is the biggest harbor in the world. And I almost wonder if these tugboats only handle a section of the harbor. What if there are other tugboat fleets in different parts of the port? How many tugboats exactly does this harbor need? Because it feels like it's not enough. It's like 12. Is 12 tugboats really enough for this whole harbor? I don't really know anything about that, so I'm not sure if that's a lot or a little.
I am almost done with Sunshine, says Thomas in Stepney Productions.
My God, have we? How long have I been streaming? 3 weeks. That's awesome. Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, I guess it is dramatically faster when you're not talking to someone, and also when you're making a smaller model. Like this right here, it is going to take quite a chunk of time. But it's worth it in the end.
No, I have been working on him for 20 minutes. Oh, wow. That's quick. Well done. Let's see. When are you going to stream next? Could I join? Asks the Scottish Twins.
Yeah, if you catch my attention in the chat and I manage to bring you in, I'm not sure. It's really quite erratic who ends up in the stream and who doesn't. It's kind of just on whim. I'm like I try to be fair, but it's hard to pick from so many people. But I'll try to get you in there if I remember properly.
See, I would kill to see a spin-off show of Sunshine and all his friends upriver that takes place before TUGS, says Carl Matthews 8.
That sounds really cool, don't get me wrong, but I really don't have any interest in upriver. Billy's probably one of my least favorite characters. That's probably my answer to the question earlier of who's your least favorite character. It might be Billy. I like Billy, don't get me wrong. There's no one I don't like in TUGS. But Billy's just, for one thing, he doesn't look very good. For another thing, he's I don't know. It's kind of the fact that he's on his own. I'm not really as interested in characters that don't pair with other characters. Like Grampus is another one of those where they don't really have any surrounding characters. They're just kind of on their own. Like if Billy had a few friends, I think I'd like him a lot more in a spinoff like that, where he had a few friends that he was associated with. Really, we only have Sunshine, and that's it. Yeah, I don't know. And just the weird ones, too, I'm not so interested in. I really love tugboats that look conventional like steam tugs, right? Don't mind me. I'm just going to use this pencil to just kind of crease that. So I love Tugs for the normal Tugs. So, I like Grampus, I like Billy, but the further away from a normal tugboat you get, the less interested I am. And Billy's kind of in that camp. That logging camp, if you will.
Making him is easy. Painting him is the hard part, says Thomas and Stepney Productions.
I assume you're talking about Sunshine, and yeah, that's true. Yeah, takes a little bit of finesse.
Sunshine. Sunshine? Only good for day work, you see.
The reason I'm 100% convinced Tugs has humans that you don't see is this one line that Boomer says. They painted over my name and called me Boomer. Tugs can't paint names.
Look, I'm very convinced that Tugs has humans, but I don't know if that's a good reason. Because Tugs also can't throw their own ropes onto other Tugs and latch onto them. Tugs also can't stoke their own fireboxes and furnaces and fill them with coal. Tugs also Tugs also can't carry money on them. They get paid, but do they have like a wallet on board? Like the Coast Guard claims he's coming aboard. He tells that to Johnny Cuba. He says, "I'm coming aboard." What the hell does that mean? Like, that's just. So the point being, I think Tugs has mastered the art of not showing us the things that would throw a wrench in the universe. Like, they actively don't show us certain things, but imply that the characters are fully capable of doing them. So I feel like, think about the fact that, when they're out at sea fixing Lily, with OJ, 10 Cents, Grampus, Mighty Mo, Lily, whoever else. When they're out at sea doing that, Mighty Mo says, we
won't be able to do much here, even with the timber.
It's like implying that the boats themselves could patch up and fix Lily's side if only she wasn't sinking. Like, that's interesting. Like, the fact that they could repair each other. I don't know how. They could never show us that. There's no way to do it. But, they could. Like, that's an implication in the universe, is that boats can repair each other. So I feel like, in a weird way, a boat maybe could paint a name. They would never explain to us how that works, but they could. So, yeah. Yes, indeed. So I'm certain that there are humans in Tugs, but what I really would love to know is why they're not represented. Why are they never seen on screen? I can think of a lot of reasons, but I want to know what the reason was. Why did David Mitton and the crew decide not to put them in the show? I guess because they already felt they were represented by the megaphones in the windows. But I feel like there has to be a little bit more to it than that, because it's like, they put so many background people in Thomas that didn't even ever say anything, that were just there to kind of fill out the world. They actively did not do that in Tugs, so they must have had a reason to avoid that.
The Tugs treat Izzy unfairly, but at the same time, he doesn't really help himself. That's true. Thomas and Stepney Productions says, OJ took me an hour to paint. In fact, almost all the Tugs did.
Oh, interesting. So you're getting a sense for how long these things take you. I definitely am in the same camp where I kind of I get to the point where I can predict how long these things are going to take. The shape of this is so satisfying. Like, I can't tell you how long it's taken me to figure out how the Tugs are shaped, but when I look at this, I'm just like, this is right.
Let's see. Big City Port is really advanced, and all the Tugs have giant metal arms that go into their holes and can throw the ropes, says the Scottish twins. Iron Horse says, sorry I've been gone. I was hanging out with friends.
You don't even apologize for not being here. You realize how one-sided this is, guys? Look, you're not hanging out with me, okay? I like your messages. They're cool. They're interesting. But I'm sitting here talking to a camera. This is very one-sided. This is just me talking. Like, I am the entertainer here. And so you don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. I do quite like your messages, but this isn't a private conversation, right? So you have nothing to apologize for if you leave to go hang out with actual friends who are there in person, or perhaps who are online but still in a two-sided video call with you. So I'm just saying, nothing to apologize for. You don't owe me anything. Also, Iron Horse, it is good to see you, and I am quite impressed with how your models have been coming along. There's a few people who have really gotten far along, and you're one of those.
See, that moment when you're watching Munitions and your older brother walks in right as Zoran says, nobody tells Big Mickey what to do. Thanks, man, says Iron Horse Productions. Yeah, no problem. Let's see, I'm going to make a video essay, or a video, about my Tugs in the future, so if you want to see that, subscribe to me, says Thomas and Stepney Productions.
Am I not able to watch it if I'm not subscribed? But I get what you mean. Yeah, if I see it and I like it, which I probably will, then I will subscribe. I'm beginning to think that I will not get to the wave breakers today. That's okay. If I'd started a little earlier, I would have, but I was up quite late last night, so I got up very late today.
I'm guessing there hasn't been a squat pop yet, says Steam Engines United 345. No, there hasn't been. There never will be. Have you and Matt recorded the next episode of Character Gallery? Asks the Scottish twins.
No, we haven't yet. We have ideas for who the next one will be. We've usually got like a running list of like who's next. But it should be. Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't know when we're going to next record, but I think it's only a matter of time because it's been a while. We're hoping to get an episode or two, probably only one, out later this month. We're trying not to overdo it, but yeah, it
Should be good, whatever it is. You can talk a lot about pretty much any character and have something entertaining. So notice what I'm doing. I'm like taping over just every bumpy or kind of divoted area on this model. I just kind of, anything that's imperfect, I just tape over, right? It's kind of like tape first, ask questions later. So yeah. Eventually, you won't be able to see any cardboard. I mean, this whole thing will be just layered with tape.
Let's see. Tell you what, Lemmy. If you subscribe to me before tomorrow, I will make the video tomorrow and upload tomorrow, says Thomas in Stepney Productions.
Why do you care if I subscribe to you? It doesn't change anything. You know, if I see the video, I see the video. But like a subscriber is just a number. When you realize, like, why fight that hard for a single subscriber? You do realize, right, that you could just make a second account and then subscribe to yourself, and that would get you one more subscriber without even talking to me. So, like, it's just a number, right? It's very fallible. It doesn't actually mean anything. You know. And plus, not everyone agrees on what subscribing even means. Some people take it very seriously and only subscribe to like 20 people. And other people, like I just subscribe to every channel that I don't hate. Like, that's all I do. You know, so it doesn't mean a whole lot for me to subscribe to you. What matters is if I actually, you know, say something nice to you that, you know, explains what I like about you. I value comments a lot. I don't so much value subscribers. I mean, it is cool to see, you know, the number be really big, but, you know, it's not necessarily indefinitely fulfilling. You know, it reaches a point where it gets old.
It's because so-called big user is following them, says Will Thomas. But again, like, I understand, look, barring the fact that the whole big user thing is weird and creepy, it's, even if it was totally decent and reasonable for there to be big users, it still doesn't change the fact that if a big user subscribes to you, well, like, if subscribing as a concept doesn't really matter, then it doesn't matter if a big user subscribes to you. So, like, you're bestowing subscribership with this importance that it doesn't really need to have. You know, the big user thing is weird too, though, because it's like, you know, the reason that I don't want to call myself a big user, because I feel like you can't call yourself that. Other people call you that. That's how it happens. But, like, I think the reason I'm a big user is just because I'm likable. Like, you know, two things. I made some pretty remarkable things. Just a few, not a whole lot. It's not like I've made hundreds of models and videos and they've consistently come out. It's just I made a few things that caught people's attention and they really liked and were different and stuck in people's heads. My series and my TUGS replicas. That's pretty much it, right? That's what's kept me in the public view. So there's that. And then what sustained that is I think people like my personality and they like what I have to say and they're entertained by me. That's pretty much it. That's all it is. It's just I'm likable. And so I think, you know, for that reason, you know, I've become quite well known, you know, relatively well known. And still not well known by a ton of people, but like enough that some consider me a big user. And it's weird because it's something that's really not, it's totally out of your control, but it's also
it's also based on your ability to kind of keep the focus of a crowd. You know, I can entertain a group of people. I can interest them. I can make them want to not click away. And is that really something to be praised? I don't know. It's certainly something that makes one popular, but I don't know if it's something that's necessarily praiseworthy. It's weird. You know, popularity is weird.
I think Splatter and Dodge would be a very interesting episode of Character Gallery. Or as you would say it, Lemmy, Dodge and Splatter. Haha, says the Scottish twins.
Yeah, I would say Dodge and Splatter. And I don't know. I think it'll be a long time until we do Dodge and Splatter. Because, like, I love them. I have a lot of nostalgia for them. But they've kind of been ruined for me because so many people love them. You know what I mean? It's like they've like every single person in the whole community is like, oh, Dodge and Splatter, aren't they a great comedic duo? Oh, let's make a joke about them, playing football. Oh, that's sure is comedic because they're trains, get it? And it's like, look, that type of comedic writing, I do like it. Don't get me wrong, but it's so common these days. You just see it from everyone. And the more something is done, the more tired of it I become. So, like, Dodge and Splatter, like, I'd rather focus on characters who people are less excited for. I'd rather write, like a story about Henry, because, like, people don't know what to do with Henry. And they don't get excited for and jazzed for Henry in the same way they do for Dodge and Splatter. So I'd rather talk about characters that I have something new to contribute, because Dodge and Splatter are so well understood in the public eye and public consciousness that there's nothing really for me to add. It's like everyone knows what they think of those two already. Arthur was interesting because even though a lot of people have opinions about him, me and Matt had and have had for a very long time a very distinct opinion about who he is as a character. And so we had something very new and fresh to add. So I guess whenever I come up with a new, fresh angle for Dodge and Splatter, once me and Matt develop that, that's when we'll talk about them. But I don't think it'll be a very long time until we get to that point, because right now I can't really think of a new angle on those two that isn't just the kind of comedic duo thing that's been done by so many people. You know, I want to be different is really where I come from. I want to stand out. But it's not necessarily, it's not like you should stand out. It's just that's how I feel personally. It's fine to do Dodge and Splatter exactly the same way that everybody else on the planet does them. And it can still be great. You can write another story about Dodge and Splatter as this comedic duo who do topical references, and it can still be really good. That never gets old. But for me personally, I like to seek creative outlets that haven't been explored already. I like to do new things. I like to, have new takes on the characters. And I don't really have anything to say about Splodge. So, for that reason, I think I'm just gonna. It'll be a long time until I actually, until I want to do them. Me and Matt really don't talk about them that often.
Thank the Lord.
Arthur Character Gallery 2021. Oh, I know what you're referencing. Yeah, that turned out pretty great. TUGS Character Gallery, says Will Thomas. I've thought about that. It'd be really cool to do like a TUGS version of Character Gallery. And unlike Thomas, we could actually get through all the TUGS characters eventually. Like, it would have maybe like 25 episodes. And then it would be done. You'd have all the Starfleet, Zedstaffs, Blue Nose, all those characters. It could be a limited series. Whereas Thomas, Character Gallery is never gonna end. We're never gonna run out of characters. Like, there's just too many. Especially considering the broad scope of what we consider to be a character worth doing. All right. Purple pen. What do I want to do after this? Probably have an hour or two till dinner. Well, this is cool. It almost feels like a crime to mark this up with purple, because look at that. Like, it's all the same color, yet you can clearly see the shape. That's so satisfying to me. I love that. This is something I never get tired of, is look at that. It just rides right in the groove. Like, I don't even need to try. It's that well defined. That's so cool. So I don't want to work on OJ after this. I don't know. I'm tired of OJ for now. I could work on some of my top secret Thomas Wooden Railway stuff that I won't show people for some reason. I have some really innovative ideas for the main characters. I've built a new Gordon and a new Henry, and they're very cool. I'm very excited for them. I really hope to finish Tidmouth as well, the Tidmouth, set for the TV series that I've been working on. I was working on that in a stream with Bailey and Sam, I believe, both of them, a while back. So my hope is to do some TV series Wooden Railway stuff, before long. But do I feel like working on that? I don't think so. I do like the idea of that kind of, combined effort team TUGS series. That would be cool. Maybe I'll write some sort of tutorial script for making. I think I could actually make a short, reasonable video of how to make a wooden railway TUGS model, because that's not nearly as complicated as this. I feel like I could effectively do that. This really is, this marker's going dry. Poor thing. That would be awesome, says Iron Horse Productions. Thank you. Team Tug Series. The Team Tug Series, says Will Thomas 199. TTTS. That'd be pretty cool. Imagine that. We'd start a whole new channel and everything. I don't know. I'm down for it, honestly. I think this could be a really cool idea. I've been thinking for a while about doing some sort of project where I bring other people in. Because the thing is, if I don't have other people riding on it, if they're not if I'm the only one who cares about releasing something, I can cancel it so easily. But if other people are involved and they've put their labor into it, then that's totally different. It's well, of course I'll finish it because these people, are expecting it to be finished. And that will allow me to kind of discipline myself and kind of keep to the project rather than abandoning it like I tend to. So working as a team, I know this is a very cheesy concept, but it's so true, is that friends are the answer to everything. Friendship is magic. Okay, look at that. It's a little choppy there. It's kind of feathered around the edges. I'm going to use this is a fancy pen. It's wide on this side, narrow on this side. those little details. Little details.
I am currently building a 15-feet replica of Queen Stephanie, says Flying Scotsman 4472. Oh my god. I'm not sure whether to believe you or not. If you are, good luck. I believe in you. I may not believe you, but if you're doing it, I believe in you. Will says, Lemmy, we need to talk about this. I'm so excited and I have loads of ideas. All right, yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Let's see. All right, I'm getting close to the end here. I am suddenly very hungry. Good time to be hungry, considering it's almost the end of the stream. Okay. Okay, so let's see. That's the old side. This is the new side. Can't really tell the difference, which is good. Yeah, look at that. This is the new side. This is the old side. I think. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Look at that. I'll be honest. I'm still not 100% certain this is going to be Zebedee. I think it will be, but I don't know. It's really cool though, whatever it is. Let's put it back on this thing. What was that weird kind of a booting up thing? Anyone see that? Well, at any rate, we're about to end here. Maybe my phone's about to die. Maybe that's what it is. So I should probably end quickly. But before I do, let's look at all the scraps that we have produced. Look at all this. All this like thick masking tape, like that's like layered on top of itself, really reminds me back when I first started making TUGS models out of paper back in like 2008. I would layer masking tape on top of itself to like make depth in the face. It would just be like flat, and then I would like put like layer masking tape on top many times for like the cheeks and like the nose even more, and then the eyes would be like have no layer and then have like a white piece of paper underneath just to create depth in the face. I have such nostalgia for that method. So that's what the sensation of holding this masking tape reminds me of. Yeah, never forget where you started, and never beat yourself up over it. In fact, look back on it with fondness because it got you where you are now. All right, so here are our scraps for the day. Not a whole lot, admittedly. I think I have a trash bag in here now. I should probably put them in there rather than just coating the entire floor in a disaster of scraps. Nice. Okay. So, I finished Sunshine, says Thomas and Stepney Productions.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, you should if you've got Twitter, you should at me. I don't know how you say it on Twitter. I'd like to see a picture of the Sunshine because I'm sure it looks great. Anyhow,
Look at this. Isn't that cool? That's awesome.
you can really see how like it can really fool you, like kind of the depth of this. Like perspective can be such a fickle beast. Like when you look at it like this, you can clearly see what the shape of it is. But if you look at it like this, it looks like it really narrows at the back. But then you look at it here and you're like, no, it doesn't. And likewise, it looks so wide at the back, but that's just because it's closer. Like, it's really hard to tell. And that's what I'm really proud of, is I'm not so much proud of what I've made. I'm proud of what I've learned. Because I've made so many of these that even if everything I ever made was burned to the ground, it wouldn't matter because I have a really great, impressive skill in being able to make these things. And I'm really proud of that. And that's something no one can ever take away from you. No matter what materials are at your disposal, it's all in here, right? And so that's really cool because I've bettered myself as a person in this very small way. And that's something I'm proud of. So, you know, again, just that's my motto, is just be proud of learning to make things. Be proud of taking the leap necessary to learn how to do something in general, you know, because it's not easy. But it should also be fun. You know, it shouldn't be something you struggle through. It should be something that you enjoy all the way. And if you don't enjoy it, find something else that you are passionate about that may be difficult, but will also be fulfilling and enjoyable. Anyway, so you know, I'm very proud of this. Still needs the V wave breakers at the front here. But after that, I think I'll just need to masking tape over everything a little bit more. And then it should be ready for the putty. So next time, the first thing I'm going to do is add these. Probably going to go 6 hours next time instead of 4. And so that will kind of yeah, okay. So that'll probably give me time there because I think the puttying step is going to be like an hour. That's going to be like not take very long at all, really, when I think about it, because you have to put the putty on and then wait for it to dry. I don't know how I'm going to do that, because am I just going to leave it sitting there for like a week? I guess. Yeah, we'll see. Or I'll live stream on a weird day, like Monday or something. I don't know. Yeah, anyway. So, without further ado, I've been Master of the Lemons, a.k.a. Lemmy. And thank you all for showing up. I hope you enjoyed. And, yeah. Lightning McQueen is here, and they say the whole looks great. Thank you very much. I quite admire Lightning McQueen. I apologize for telling Big Mickey what to do, says Steam Engines United 345. Good night, Vienna or Lemmy, says Scottish Twin Productions. Bye, Lemmy, says Iron Horse. Yes, goodbye, everyone. It's been a lot of fun. And I'll shut off the stream. So enjoy this. Oh, that looks so cool from this angle. I never get sick of it.